He and his sinker ball will take the mound first for the Angels. Lineup standings, first pitch on the other side. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, streaming at sportsnet.ca on the Sportsnet app and on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch three-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
2 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Advent Health 400 from Kansas Speedway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90, in the car and on the SiriusXM app. For up-to-date betting lines, fantasy plays, and the latest NASCAR news, catch the pre-race show before every Cup Series race. Plus, 2 hours of post-race coverage on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90.
You want baseball? The doggy has you covered. Tune in to Mad Dog Unleashed for the best baseball coverage anywhere. Weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern. SiriusXM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Radio Network.
It's easy to say, have some PTSD about last year and think about that. We're a totally different team, and I think a much more rounded or more well-rounded offense than we were last year. So we just need guys to get going at the right time. And the biggest thing is you can't lose your edge. There's things you can control, things you can't. You're not going to get the job done every single time. You can control the work that you're putting in, which has been great. You can control how you're competing. You can control the energy that you're giving off. So I just want them to continue to do that, get back to having a little bit of fun, and understand that it's going to take a little bit of time.
That was Blue Jays manager John Schneider ahead of the series finale today against the Los Angeles Angels. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Blue Jays in Anaheim. And Chris, there's no secret. The Blue Jays have lost 4 in a row. 3 of those 4 losses they've led deep into the ball game. It feels like a low point right now. What, as a player, goes on and how would you best see them turn it around? What can they do to try and fix this?
Well, I think it's really easy to start pressing now because there have been so many of these tough ball games over the last week or so. You start to press, you start to think, are we as good as we thought we were? Can we get to the playoffs? And you really think too far ahead. And I think that's a problem that a lot of guys fall into. But you just kind of have to look yourself in the mirror, remind yourself who you are, because a lot of these guys are good. I agree with John Schneider. This is a very well-rounded lineup. I know the bottom part of the lineup is a little bit soft, but they're still very solid players, 7 through 9. It's easy to get negative, and I've been there. I've done that. I've felt all those things, but you really have to look yourself in the mirror and remind yourself that you are good enough to get wins. You are good enough to close out ball games, and then you kind of just go from there. Everything should fall into place.
Blue Jays hope they can get that started today in the series finale. Jose Soriano against Chris Bassett. Before we get there, though, let's go back to today's host. Here is Show Ali.
Thanks very much, guys. Welcome back inside Baseball Control. Show Ali here with you as we await first pitch of the series finale in California. Of course, the Blue Jays will be in the state of Washington tomorrow when they take on the Seattle Mariners. But for tonight's game, we will get to the starting lineups in a sec. But before we do that, let's check out the Bet365 standings update. At Bet365, you can bet on popular markets like hits, home runs, and total bases. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. Even with the late hour, the Red Sox and Orioles have already finished their games. The Rays are taking on the Phillies right now. The Yankees are idle tonight. They are off this evening. So here's a somewhat mixed look at the standings, given that some teams have finished, some have not. The Yankees, despite not playing, they are still atop the division at 21-16. The Red Sox gained a half game with their 5-0 win over the Rangers. They are 20-19. The Rays and Blue Jays are both 16-20. Right now, the Rays, top of the 9th inning, are leading 5-4 in Florida at Steinbrenner Field over the Phillies, although the Phillies have a runner on third with nobody out. Top of the 9th inning, so we'll continue monitoring that. The Orioles, unfortunately for them, lose 5-2 to the Twins. They have lost their 5th straight game, and they are now 13-23. Before we get you over to Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue, who, again, as you heard, are standing by for the call of today's ball game, let's get to the Blue Jays starting lineup. Bo Bichette is batting leadoff. He is at shortstop. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is batting second at first base. Anthony Santander is batting third in right field. Batting cleanup for the Blue Jays and DHing is George Springer. Batting fifth is Dalton Varsho. He is in center field. Alejandro Kirk is batting sixth. He is catching. Addison Barger is at third base. He is batting seventh. Ernie Clement is at second base. He is batting eighth. And batting ninth is Nathan Lucas. He is in left field. They will all be on the field supporting Chris Bassett, who makes another start for the Blue Jays. Jose Soriano is starting for the Angels, and he is just getting close to wrapping up his warm-up pitches. So, as we are getting close to first pitch with Soriano, let's get you over to the men calling tonight's action. Here are Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Like you mentioned, Jose Soriano on the hill, warming up for the Angels. The right-hander is 26 years old, 6'3", 220 pounds, out of the Dominican Republic from the capital, Santo Domingo. This is his second year as a starter for the Angels, third year overall in the majors, and he's been fairly consistently solid throughout his near 200-inning major league career.
Yeah, and he's got a very good sinker. That sinker sits at about 97 miles an hour, so the Blue Jays will have to be ready for that. It mixes in a knuckle curve and then a split finger. I like what I've seen from him over the majority of his career.
He's in some ways similar to Jose Urena, who the Blue Jays used in Game 1, in that he throws really hard, but he's not trying to punch you out. He's going to try to get quick outs with contact on the ground, and like you said, he does that about as well as anyone in the American League and certainly anyone in the Angels rotation. Angels in their home whites today, back in their City Connect uniform, so really off-white. Got kind of a cursive font. The S has a fishtail at the back of it, which I've read is an homage to the fact that they've had Tim Salmon and Mike Trout on the team. So an off-white jersey with some red around the jersey and the Cap Blue Jays in all gray.
I think their City Connects are too similar to their real jerseys.
Fair. I still like them.
That's just my opinion, though.
Bo Bichette leading off for the Blue Jays, steps into the box. The right-hander Soriano winds and deals. Swing and a ground ball up the middle, base hit into center field. First pitch of the game, hit back through the infield by Bichette, leadoff single.
Well, we've seen Bo Bichette swing at the first pitch of a ball game since I can remember, really. And he does that right there. Fastball right down the middle. He hammers that thing up the middle.
Time of the first pitch, 9:39 Eastern, 25 degrees in Anaheim, California. Mostly sunny day, but not at Angels Stadium, where it's shadows across most of the field. Nobody out, runner on first, and the right-hander deals to Guerrero. Called strike. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hitting in a first inning. That's brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Armstrong Bird Food, the reason birds fly north, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Right on right, the 0-1. Swing and a line drive, left field, charging in Ward. It's down in front of him for a hit. Bichette up to second base. He was about halfway, maybe further than that, waiting for the ball to drop, and the Blue Jays have 2 hits to start the game.
Well, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was fooled by that knuckle curve from Soriano. Was way out in front of it. Kind of hit it off the end of the bat, really, but a big base hit for him, just dumping it out front of Taylor Ward out in left field.
Knuckle curve is the main secondary pitch for the sinker baller Soriano, but he'll throw a splitter a lot and a slider as well. More splitters to lefties, sliders to righties, plus he's got a four-seamer. Right on left, his pitch to Anthony Santander is hit on the ground sharply past the dive of the second baseman, Tim Anderson, into right. Bichette up to third. He'll stop there, and the Blue Jays have 3 straight singles to load the bases.
And that was a really nice swing from Anthony Santander. We talked about him last night, slowly starting to heat up. Not hot yet. I'm not willing to say that, but he's starting to make good decisions up there. That was a nice swing. Hammered that thing through the hole on the right side.
Maybe lukewarm at this point.
He's lukewarm.
Santander's now been on base in 10 straight games, and we're going to have an early mound visit here. Jose Soriano, to a certain extent, has done what he wants to do. He's forced 2 ground balls. His curveball had an off-balance swing, but the Blue Jays have hit the ball hard in terms of the Bichette and the Santander hits, and they've come up with 3 singles regardless.
Yeah, these are and this is the situation. Bases loaded, nobody out early in a ball game where you have to come up with a couple of runs. 1 run won't do it here. At least if I was John Schneider, I'd be happy with 2 runs. I will not be happy with 1 run. This is a big spot in this ball game.
Huge spot for George Springer, designated hitter for the Blue Jays today. Steps up to the plate, batting .304 on the year. 4 homers, 15 RBIs. After the mound meeting breaks up, Soriano with a breath and the pitch. Curveball low, ball 1. Balls and strikes tonight being called by Tom Hanahan. Chris Guccione at first, David Rackley at second, Edwin Moscoso at third. 7 career grand slams for George Springer. Bases loaded, no outs. The 1-0. Curveball for a strike this time, 1-1. Soriano in trouble early, but coming off maybe his best start of the year, in the conversation at least. 6 shutout innings against the tough Detroit Tigers. 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. The 1-1. Check swing bouncer foul on 97 below the knees, 1-2. Why that's not for sure his best start is because on April 10th, he went to George Steinbrenner Field in Tampa Bay, threw 7 2/3 on only 93 pitches, allowed just 1 run. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Throws the slider off the plate away, gets Springer to chase, 1 down.
Well, Soriano's got good stuff. That fastball, obviously 97, and then he has really good spin with that knuckle curve. And then that slider there at 89 looked like a strike on the outside corner, and then just took a quick left turn, where Springer strikes out for a big first out in this inning.
So 1 out, no score, top of the first, bases loaded. Pitch to Dalton Varsho. In the dirt, ball 1. Angels got Soriano out of the Dominican Republic as an international signing in 2016. Signed him for only $70,000, which sure any of us would take, but in the grand scheme is not a ton of money for an international signing bonus.
What did Ronel Blanco sign for again? $5 grand?
5 or 10.
That's crazy.
That is the 1-0. Outside, 2-0. Sticky situation now for the right-hander Soriano. Falling behind 2 balls, no strikes to Varsho with nowhere to put him. Bichette on third, Guerrero on second, Santander on first. 2-0. Sliced away foul. A fastball at 98 at the knees, 2-1. Interesting ballpark, Angel Stadium. A little bit deep to the poles, but not in the middle of the yard. 347 to the left field pole, 350 to right, but it's 396 out to dead center. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss at a curve. And after falling behind 2-0, Soriano evens the count at 2-2.
He has a lot of confidence in that curveball. He throws it 25% of the time, averages about 85 miles an hour, but it's a true 12-6.
His 2-2. Check swing on a pitch in the dirt, appeal down to third, and he did go, says Edwin Moscoso. That's back-to-back strikeouts as he went right back to the curve.
And again, that's a very good 12-6 curveball. You really don't see those true 12-6 curveballs that often anymore. But Soriano has a good one. That one was 87 miles an hour.
Just got the side view. It did look like Dalton Varsho went around. So now the Blue Jays in danger of stranding it here after 3 straight singles to start the inning. 2 outs, pitched to Alejandro Kirk, swing and a miss, strike 1. Kirk was 1 for 4 yesterday. He's been relatively hot over his last 8 or 9, hitting in the high 300s. Right on right, the 0-1. Fouled off the glove of Logan O'Hoppe, the catcher, 0-2. No score, top of the first, and a huge pitch coming up for Jose Soriano after allowing 3 straight singles. He's punched out a pair and has a chance to strand all 3 base runners.
Blue Jays are in danger of giving the Angels a pretty nice gift early in this ball game.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. No runs for the Blue Jays on 3 hits. 3 strikeouts for Soriano after the bases were loaded, and there's no score in the middle of the first. Chris Bassett on the hill next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Make no payments for 12 months with the Timber Mart Deferred Payment Program. Apply for a Timber Mart project card today and pay later, 12 months later. Financing provided by Fairstone Financial Inc. Conditions apply. Ask in-store for details or apply at timbermart.ca. Locally owned, proudly Canadian. Timber Mart is Canada's building center.
Breaking news coming in from at Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
In time! What a play, Bo Bichette!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Chris Bassett takes the hill for the Blue Jays. Bottom of the first inning at Angel Stadium. No score. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Zach Neto, Nolan Shotwell, Taylor Ward to hit for the Angels in the bottom of the first. 36-year-old, 6'5" right-hander Chris Bassett making his 8th start of the year, 2-2 with a club best 2.95 ERA. Righty into the wind is pitched to Neto. Down and away with a sinker, ball 1. Kitchen sink in terms of a repertoire for Chris Bassett, but as always, the sinker, the most featured pitch, will throw it over 50% of the time. 1-0, cut on and missed, 1-1. And especially to right-handed hitters, you're going to see that sinker a ton.
Yeah, tried to come inside there to Neto. Actually, was a perfect pitch, up and in.
Is 1-1. Fouled right back, 1-2.
He's starting to use that cutter a little bit more as well. We've talked about that a lot this season. Tries to throw that thing up at the top of the strike zone. It's actually been working really well for him, throwing that thing 19% of the time. His second use pitch.
Be a big strikeout pitch for him. Lefties tend to see it a lot, but he'll throw it right on right too. Kirk setting up well inside, now moves to the outer edge. 1-2. Cutter outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Zach Neto leading off, 292 batter, 897 on base plus slugging. He's got 5 doubles and 4 homers in limited action because he was injured out of the gates. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, he got him. Slows it down to 72 on the sweeper for strikeout number 1.
Well, that was a great sweeper right there. 72 miles an hour, down and away. Zach Neto was way out in front of it, a big first out in this inning.
Bassett is looking for a little bit of a bounce-back start coming into this ball game after having a below 1 earned run average in the first 3 starts. His last 3 starts have posed a little more trouble. Righty's pitch to Nolan Shonwell is low ball 1. He has not completed 6 innings in any of his last 3 starts, and he's given up 3 or 4 runs in those 3 starts. It's a 6.06 ERA in that time. It hasn't felt that bad because it's been 5 1/3, 3 runs, 5 2, 4. But there's 1-0 missing inside, 2-0. But not quite as sharp maybe as we saw him right out of the gates first 3 or 4.
And the interesting thing, if you look at his last 3 starts, he's only walked 2 guys in those 3 starts. Normally when Chris Bassett has tough outings or gets himself into trouble, it's because he can't command or he loses the strike zone, and that's really not the case over at least the last 3 starts.
The 2-0. Called strike, 2-1.
Maybe his pitchers are catching too much of the plate, and the opposing hitters are able to get good swings off of him.
The 2-1 pitch is lined right center field. Base hit for Nolan Shonwell. That one rolling into the gap, cut off by Varsho. Shonwell around first, chugging for second, and in there with a stand-up double.
Dalton Varsho did a good job cutting that baseball off. I thought he would have a chance at getting Nolan Shonwell at second base, but Shonwell getting that double easily.
Bassett had fallen behind Shonwell, had to come back with a fastball, and left that one up and away rather than up and in. So Shonwell got extended, gets to the double, his 6th of the year, and he's in scoring position with 1 out. No score, bottom of the first inning. Taylor Ward is about to hit the left fielder for the Angels. Been an Angel since 2018, Taylor Ward. Here's the pitch. Called strike. It's a first-round pick by the Angels, 26th overall out of Fresno State in 2015. And actually debuted as a third baseman after being a catcher in the minor leagues, but has found most of his time in the majors in left field. 0-1. Swing and a fly ball, left field. Racing back, Lucas at the warning track, at the wall. It's gone. Second home run of the series for Taylor Ward. Both of them have been 2-run shots in first innings. Ward puts the Angels up 2-0, bottom of the first.
Alejandro Kirk wanted that sweeper from Chris Bassett down and away. He left kind of spinning over the middle of the plate, a little bit down, but Taylor Ward goes down and gets it for that 2-run home run, and the Angels now lead 2-0 in this ballgame.
Like you had mentioned before, maybe some pitches catching a little too much of the plate. He was ahead of Ward 0-1, an uber aggressive hitter, and it looked like he maybe wasn't trying to actually throw that in the zone. First pitch to Jorge Soler is at the knees, strike 1. So 2-0 Angels, bottom of the first with 1 out and the bases empty. Soler, the DH today, bats from the right side. 0-1. Sinker for a strike, and quickly Bassett's ahead 0-2.
That's a good pitch right there. That's where he needs to live if he's going to have some success. Coming into righties. Perfect pitch right on the black on the inside part.
He winds and delivers. Outside, ball 1. First year for Soler with the Angels. Considering how good he's been, he's actually moved around a lot in his career. 1-2. Chop to third base, charging in Barger. Fields underhand, throws over to first in time for the out. Think about Jorge Soler, a guy with almost 200 career home runs. He's been productive more years than not. Pardon me.
I think Vladimir Guerrero Jr. actually dropped that baseball. Not sure what happened over there. I thought he caught it.
We're getting a second look right now. He did just drop the baseball. So that's not going to be an out. That's going to be Jorge Soler safe at first base.
That ball was in Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s glove, and it just popped out. The ball that you need to catch if you're a first baseman.
First pitch now to Logan O'Hoppe, called a strike, 0-1. Runner on first, 1 out. Goes as E3, an error on Guerrero. Actually, the second time we've seen a play like that from him this season. Right on right, 0-1 to O'Hoppe. Curve swung on and missed, 0-2. Well, Jorge Soler on first base now because he's such a good player, but he really is. He's been a well above average hitter his whole career, but this is his 6th team. Came up with the Cubs, longtime Royal, 2 stints with Atlanta, Miami, San Francisco, now the Angels, 0-2. Called strike? No, it's called low. Looked like it had the zone. It's now 1 ball and 2 strikes to Logan O'Hoppe.
You go back to 2019, Soler had 48 home runs, 117 RBIs.
I know that was the quote-unquote juiced ball year, but he still led the AL in home runs with 48. 1-2. Swinging a foul tip, he got him, strike 3.
That's a good pitch. That's the sinker that you want to see from Chris Bassett. A lot of horizontal movement, 92 miles an hour. Logan O'Hoppe just swings right underneath of it.
So 2 strikeouts in this inning, a double, a home run, and an error. It's been a weird bottom of the first after, frankly, a weird top of the first. 2-0 for the Angels. And the pitch to Yoan Moncada, called a strike. If you weren't with us right from first pitch, the Blue Jays started the game with 3 straight singles. Bases loaded, nobody out. They didn't score. And then the Angels, with 2 extra base hits, have scored 2 runs to take an early lead. 0-1. Called strike. You want to hear something even weirder, Chris?
I do.
The Angels have won the first 2 games in this series. This is the first time they've led before the 8th inning in any of the games. Maybe it's a good omen to fall behind early. Who knows? The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Bassett strikes out 3. Gives up 2 hits, though, including the Taylor Ward homer. 1 error committed in the inning. 2-0 for the Angels after 1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
I'ma need some whiskey glasses. Why you gotta be so hard? I had some help.
Morgan Wallen's musical universe just got bigger.
I can't wait for people to hear the new concepts and new things that we were able to say on here.
Dive into the brand new album, I'm the Problem. Plus, handpicked music from friends and influences.
Morgan Wallen Radio, my very own channel.
Now for a limited time on Channel 57 and at home with the SiriusXM app on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
No one brings you the passion of the beautiful game quite like SiriusXM FC.
Would you believe this?
Whether it's live matches from the EPL, MLS, the NWSL, or the UEFA Champions League.
This is sensational!
Or live talk shows featuring the sport's most entertaining experts.
You don't get to say, I don't feel like making that play right now. You make the play.
It's the world of soccer at your fingertips.
How mouth-watering is that?
SiriusXM FC, channel 157 in the car, and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
This is Dave LaGreca, creator of the biggest pro wrestling show on the planet, Busted Open. Don't miss myself and my Hall of Fame cast and crew as we break down every story in and out of the ring and talk to the top names in the business, like the legend himself, The Undertaker.
I'm actually glad to be on a real show.
Catch Busted Open live every day from 9 to noon Eastern on SiriusXM Fight Nation, channel 156, and on the SiriusXM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
Radio Network.
It's the second inning presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can bet on popular markets like hits, home runs, and total bases. Download the app, find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. 2-0 Angels, top of the second, starts with a fastball for a strike to Addison Barger. Jose Soriano still on the hill. Starter bends his knees, winds, and offers. Check swing on a curve in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. First start of the series for Addison Barger. 2 left-handed starters the first 2 days, so He was unlikely to make the lineup in those games. The 1-1. Off the end of the bat, foul to the right. That was a splitter. It's now 1-2.
I like this matchup, though. Soriano has a really hard fastball, 97, 98 miles an hour. And Addison Barger has a lot of power, likes to sit dead red. Let's see if he can run into one here.
Came off the bench yesterday, came up with a hit. The 1-2. Inside with that sinker. Barger jumps back out of the way. Bulky third baseman bats with an open stance from the left side, and he has his right heel off the ground, just stands on the toes of that lead foot. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. Sinker moved below the knees. Barger chases, and that's 4 straight strikeouts for Jose Soriano.
And that was his best sinker of the day. Took a little bit off of it. It was 94 miles an hour, but that thing had a ton of movement down below the strike zone. Such a tough pitch to square up.
It was almost a happy medium between his sinker and his splitter with how much that pitch moved. Pitch now to Ernie Clement. Curve, called strike. Ernie Clement getting the rare start at second base today. Andres Jimenez was pulled from yesterday's game. He's experiencing some right quad tightness. A 1. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Blue Jays still awaiting the results of the MRI for Andres Jimenez. 1-1 is line and over the leaping shortstop Neto down in left field. Base hit for Ernie Clement, the 4th knock already for the Blue Jays.
Well, they were trying to come inside with a fastball. That fastball leaked kind of in the inner third a little bit, and Ernie Clement was all over that pitch, hammered that thing to left field.
So Clement stops the run of strikeouts. Half the at-bats today for the Blue Jays have ended in singles. Half of them have ended in strikeouts. And now the number 9 hitter, Nathan Lucas, is up. Batting from the left side, he faces a first pitch. It's a curve for a strike. Lucas bent the knees. It's almost like he was expecting that to keep breaking below the zone. Bearded lefty swinger Lucas plays in left field today. He's 12 for 45 on the year. He swings at the 0-1 and loops it out to left. Freezing in place, Taylor Ward moves just an inch forward and makes the catch. 2 down.
That's a tough pitch. 98 miles an hour in off the plate. I think it jammed Nathan Lucas just a little bit, and he ends up hitting that weak fly ball to left field for a big second out in this inning.
First time that the defense has been used to record an out. And now Soriano will go second time through the order. Top of the second, runner on first. 2-0 for the Angels. And Bo Bichette's up to the plate. The pitch. Swing and a grounder, foul, third base side. Bichette began this series by getting out 8 straight times, but since has come up with an RBI single, a 9th inning walk, and then a leadoff single to this ball game. The 0-1. Downstairs with a tight slider, 1 ball, 1 strike.
That's a good take. I really like Soriano's stuff. He's got plus stuff. You said he kind of pitches like Jose Urena. I think he has a little bit better stuff than Urena.
1-1. Bounce to the plate, 2 balls, 1 strike.
Similar though.
Yeah, he's got a little more velocity on the fastball. And he's got a couple extra pitches to work with. Having that breaking ball, the curve that goes to both sides, and then the slider to one side, splitter to the other. Two 1. Swing and a fly ball, shallow right field. Second baseman Tim Anderson is out there, and he'll make the catch, backpedaling to end the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left for the Blue Jays. 2-0. The Angels lead the Blue Jays middle of the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Are you ready for some football? On Wednesday, May 21st, gear up for football season with the George Springer Replica Football Jersey Giveaway presented by TD. Rush to the ballpark because this giveaway is available to the first 15,000 fans at Rogers Center. It's Wednesday night. Lights up. Let's go. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Join us for Cricket Day at the Park, presented by TD, Saturday, May 31st. Arrive early to receive your Blue Jays Cricket Warm-Up Jacket giveaway, presented by TD. Created in collaboration with Cricket Canada. Don't miss out on being a part of the Cricket Day spectacle at Rogers Center. Find your seats at...
Bottom of the second, Chris Bassett back on the hill, facing off with the bottom third of the order. Kyron Paris, Joe Adell, and Tim Anderson for the Angels. With a 2-0 lead, Paris swings at the first pitch and fouls it back 0-1. Angels out front 2-0. Kyron Paris, part of that big 9th inning rally for the Angels yesterday. The 0-1. Curve for a ball, 1 strike.
We don't have to dive too much into that, but he got the leadoff walk, and then the rest is history.
We can dive into it if you want. I know you talked about it with Show Ali on the local pregame.
I've been diving into it.
The 1-1. Fouled right back into the advertisements behind home plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That was a big swing on a fastball up and in. Kyron Paris was actually staring out at Chris Bassett after fouling that pitch back. Just missed it.
Kyron Paris can hit bombs, certainly. He hit one yesterday. He has 6 on the year. The 1-2. Outside 2-2. But I'll make you mention it one more time. They might have been a little too concerned about him hitting home runs yesterday.
Well, you have to think about the situation in the ballgame. Jeff Hoffman has elite stuff, probably 99th percentile in terms of stuff. You have a 2-run lead. You have the number 9 hitter up.
2-2. Called strike 3. Beautiful sinker, 1 down.
That was a great pitch on the outside corner. Kyron Paris doesn't like it, shaking his head, going back to that dugout. But you have to think about the situation. You're up by 2. You don't obviously want to put that guy on and bring the tying run to the plate. Jeff Hoffman throws 3 straight sliders, ends up walking him. I'm just questioning, why are you throwing 3 straight sliders? Throw that good heater, 97, 98 miles an hour, and see if he can hit his way on.
First pitch to Joe Adell is low, ball 1. 1 out, bottom of the second. 2-0 the Angels lead the Blue Jays. Bassett on the hill, his 1-0. Curve, swing and a miss. Pretty cool thing for Chris Bassett. This year, again, he is teamed up with Jays Care in their 50-50 raffle. The 1-1. Curveball smoked out to left field. Jogging back Lucas, and Joe Adell has left the yard. Mammoth home run for the Angels outfielder. 3-0 for Los Angeles.
Well, the previous pitch was a really nice curveball right down the middle, and Joe Adell was way out in front of it, and he just tried to throw another one. If you're going to throw another one, especially that slow breaking ball, it has to be below the strike zone, and that one was right down the middle. Just a little spinner, and Joe Adell was all over it.
For Adell, that's his 4th home run of the year, now 16 RBIs. He gets to wear the LA Fire Department helmet as he walks down the Angel dugout. Pitch to Tim Anderson, hit on the ground to third, vacuumed up by Barger, snaps a throw over to first in time, 2 outs.
I want to hear more about that Chris Bassett.
Yeah, so Chris Bassett teaming up with Jays Care. People might have seen this last year. Bassett's Pitch In initiative has partnered with Jays Care. If you buy 50/50 tickets, some of the proceeds will go to Pitch In, and that brings baseball, broadly, it brings baseball to kids. You can look up more on the Jays Care website. Buy your 50/50 tickets in Ontario or Nova Scotia at bluejays.com/50/50. Pitch to Zach Neto, called a strike, 0-1. Bassett really at the forefront of the Blue Jays in terms of his involvement in the community and charitable work. Right-handers 0-1. Called strike, 0-2. A guy that you could very well see in Roberto Clemente award nomination position for the Blue Jays.
He's been nominated before.
I believe so.
I believe, yeah.
Three 3-0 Angels. Base is empty. Bottom of the second. 2 outs. 0-2 to Zach Neto. Curveball lined out to center field and down for a base hit. Good job by Neto. Waited back on that pitch and just hit it right back where it came from.
Yeah, that actually wasn't a terrible pitch from Chris Bassett. Caught a little bit too much of the plate. You want that thing to get down below the strike zone. You could see Chris Bassett shaking his head, just frustrated by that result. But Zach Neto, another good swing, hammering that thing right back up the middle.
And again, you mentioned a little too much of the plate. It's better than walking guys, no doubt, but it'll hurt you as well. Pitch down to Nolan Shawanoa. Foul back, 0-1.
I would rather give up 5 earned runs on 5 base hits than 5 earned runs on 5 walks. But at the end of the day, it's still 5 earned runs.
Sure. The 0-1. Swinging a hard hit ball past the dive of Guerrero into right field. Base hit. Neto around second, trying for third. Santander's throw is cut off, and it's back-to-back singles with 2 outs to put runners on the corners for the Angels.
That's a tough pitch. It was a cutter up and in, almost off the plate. Nolan Shawanoa does a great job bringing those hands through, getting the barrel to it. I don't know if he got jammed or not, but that is a great job of getting the bat to the baseball on a tough pitch.
Trouble now for the Blue Jays. Runners on the corners, and one of the hotter hitters all of a sudden for Los Angeles, Taylor Ward, about to come up. Pete Walker is on the mound right now talking with the infield, and most importantly his starting pitcher Chris Bassett. If you go back to Saturday, end of Saturday's game for the Angels, Taylor Ward was in an 0-for-27 skid. But then on Sunday, in the finale of their previous series, he doubles. He comes into the opener against the Blue Jays, has 2 hits and a walk, including a homer. He was quiet yesterday, but he's homered again today. Still hitting a .187 on the season, but he's gone deep 8 times, and he's batting now with runners on first and third. 2 down, the pitch. Swing and a ground ball to shortstop. Bichette charging in, off of his glove and down on the infield grass. A run comes in to score, and everyone is safe on the second Blue Jays error today.
Well, if you're Chris Bassett, that's the result that you want. You want that ball to be hit onto the ground. Bo Bichette needs to make that play. He needs to square that ball up and make a good throw across the diamond. I think he was just trying to rush that a little bit. Taylor Ward wasn't really even running hard out of the batter's box. He could have squared that ball up, funneled that thing up, and made an easy throw across the diamond, but he chose to make it a little bit more difficult than that play was.
So it's 4-0 now for Los Angeles. 2 outs, bottom of the second. First and second, and the pitch to Soler. Hit back foul, 0-1. Bassett set, glove just above his belt, the 0-1. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Soler's 0 for 1, but he actually reached on the first error by the Blue Jays in the first inning. The 1-1. Swing and a grounder to short. Backhanded by Bichette. Pumps, throws over to first in time to end the inning. 2 runs for the Angels. They come up with 3 hits, 1 error committed, and 2 left on base. 4-0 Los Angeles after 2 innings. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Center. Visit timbermart.ca.
Tomorrow on Sportsnet.
There is absolutely nothing like the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Hockey Central gets you ready. Then,
The Leafs have a 2-0 lead in this battle of the Atlantic.
Toronto goes for a series stranglehold in Florida. And a red-hot star took control in the opener.
Nico Rantanen has the natural hat trick.
Can the Jets get even in Game 2?
They'll never give up.
The Stanley Cup playoffs. Watch on Sportsnet. Stream on Sportsnet Plus.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center. Your home team advantage with the right materials and the right price. Project know-how that's brought together a wealth of plans and solid advice. Trust your team at your locally owned Timber Mart. Find your location at timbermart.ca.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Strike 3. Kevin Gausman strikes out the side.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Angels 4, Blue Jays nothing. Top of the 3rd inning at Angels Stadium. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leading off. Jose Soriano on the hill. And the righty's pitch. Down and away, ball 1. It's a return of sorts to Anaheim for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He's played here many times before now in his 7 seasons in the big leagues. 1-0. Swing and a bouncing ball off the glove of the pitcher. Charging in Anderson. Second baseman picks it up. No throw. He's just going to eat it. And that'll be an infield single for Vlad.
Well, Vlad got lucky there. If Soriano just let that ball go through, Tim Anderson would have made the easy play on Vlad at first base, but he tries to catch it. It tips off his glove, and then Tim Anderson has no play, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. ends up with a single.
So 2 hits for Vladdy in this game. And I mentioned the return. As many listening may know, Vladimir Guerrero Sr. played a lot of years in his major league career with the Angels, second to only his time with the Montreal Expos. Santander up to the plate now. Soriano's pitch. Outside, ball 1. And because of how old Vlad was, probably more memories around the Anaheim time than Montreal. He was around 5 years old when his dad left the Expos to start his career with the Angels. Played 6 seasons in Anaheim/Los Angeles. 1-0. Called a strike. 1-1. To be clear, they were all in Anaheim, but the first year they were the Anaheim Angels. Then they were the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim the rest of the years. They're no longer that. They're just the Los Angeles Angels now. 4 different names. They've been in the same city the whole time. Next pitch, outside, check swing. 2 balls, 1 strike.
And to be clear, they're not in Los Angeles.
No, they're in Anaheim. And I don't know about you. I like California Angels.
I think that was cool.
I think that's a cool name.
Yeah.
And you're not lying.
You are not lying.
The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Really nasty splitter there. Broke off the plate, down and away. Santander faces an even 2-2 count.
I'm really impressed with his stuff so far. Obviously, the breaking ball is really good. The fastball is plus 98, up to 98 miles an hour. And then that split finger right there is very good.
2-2. Bounce to the plate, gets away from O'Hoppe. He couldn't find it for a moment. It'll go all the way to the backstop. And Guerrero up to second, taking a big turn, is going to walk back to the second base bag after a wild pitch. So full count now. Runner on second, no outs, top of the 3rd. 4-0 for the Angels. Santander working on a 1-for-1 day so far. Had a single to right in the 1st. The 3-2. Bounced foul, first base side. We mentioned a couple times, Santander starting to round into form. Just to quantify that, if you look at the last 9 games, he's hit .229 with an .839 OPS, 3 home runs, 6 RBIs. That's kind of Anthony Santander. He's not going to hit 300, but 3 homers in 9 games, driving in 2 runs for every 3 games. That's the production that he can provide. 3-2. Swing and a miss, he got him. Slider down and in near the back foot. 1 down.
And I know he struck out in that situation there, but I think he's putting together better at bats. That's the thing that I'm most concerned with. It's really not the numbers, is how comfortable does he look in that batter's box? Is he swinging at pitches that he can normally hit? That was a tough strikeout there with that guy at second base and nobody out. Blue Jays need a run here.
4-0 Angels. Pitch to George Springer. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Blue Jays and Angels have the same number of hits in this game. Both have 5. But a couple key differences contributing to the Angels' 4-0 advantage. 0-1. Down and away. The biggest difference, even though they both have 5 hits, the Angels have 2 home runs and 3 extra base hits overall. And then the other difference, Blue Jays have committed a pair of errors. One didn't bring in a run, the other one did. The 1-1. Bounce to the plate, backhanded stop by O'Hoppe. Just got the glove in front of it to block it and keep it in front of him.
Soriano's thrown a couple of pitches in this inning, nowhere near the strike zone. Logan O'Hoppe doing a great job there keeping Vlad at second base. That was almost a look what I found type of play.
Yeah. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. 98-mile-an-hour sinker on the hands. 2-2.
That is so nasty, so hard to hit. Started inside and then broke in off the plate right underneath the swing of George Springer.
Guerrero on second, 1 out. A look at second from Soriano. The pitch. High. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Springer steps out for a moment, looking down at the dirt. Now settles himself back in the box. Payoff pitch. Well high, ball 4.
Another pitch from Soriano, nowhere near the strike zone. He's either really good so far in this inning or not even close. That one right there was a knuckle curve well above the strike zone.
So 2 on now for the Blue Jays after a single, a wild pitch, and a walk. 1 out in the inning because he struck out Santander. And here's Dalton Varsho. Varsho 3 for 19 to begin the season. This is his 7th game. 2 of his 3 hits have left the yard. The pitch. Swing and a line drive down in left center field. A base hit rolling into the gap. Guerrero around third. He'll score. Springer up to third. Varsho dives into second with an RBI double, and the Blue Jays are on the board. It's 4-1 for the Angels.
And how about that swing from Dalton Varsho? It was a 4-seam fastball at 99 miles an hour on the outside part of the plate, and he just went with it, hammered that thing over the shortstop for an RBI. What a big hit in this ball game so far.
Not only does it bring in a run, but Varsho with the extra base hit with a runner in scoring position helps set up potentially more run scoring opportunities as Toronto has second and third, only 1 out.
Hit that thing 108 miles an hour.
To the opposite field. Varsho on second, Springer on third with 1 out. Alejandro Kirk up to the plate. Logan O'Hoppe is talking to his pitcher, though. It's a good time to let you know that this 3rd inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Aurora and Keswick. Crown is proud to be Canadian-owned and operated since 1986, so protect your vehicle from rust today at your local Crown Rust Control Center or visit crown.com. Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. 4-1 Angels, 1 out top of the 3rd. Corners are in, middle is back. Alejandro Kirk coming up. Single could score 2 here. A breath from the righty Soriano. His pitch is hit on the ground up the middle. Shortstop Neto charging. Springer comes to the plate. The throw goes over to first. It's an RBI ground out for Kirk. It's 4-2, and Varsho will advance to third with 2 outs.
And I think if you're the Blue Jays, you're okay with that. Obviously, like you said, the Angels were giving you that run. They were willing to trade an out for a run. Alejandro Kirk hits a little weak ground ball to the shortstop. Blue Jays get a run. Angels get an out. I'll take that all day long.
So 2 runs in the inning for the Blue Jays, trying to claw back. It's now 4-2 for the Angels. 2 outs. Pitch to Addison Barger is bounced foul, 0-1.
Big swing there on a big fastball. Like I said in his last at bat, I like this matchup.
A lot of big swings for Addison Barger, a big man playing third base today for the Blue Jays. He's 0 for 1 with the strikeout swinging. 0-1 offering. Bounce foul again, 0-2.
If nothing else, it's a fun matchup. You get the big swing, you get the big fastball.
And after all, isn't this all about fun, Chris? We scrutinize it, but it is just entertainment. Runner on third, 2 down. Here's the 0-2. Down and away, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Good take. That's a pretty tough pitch. I think that was a split finger down and away just off the plate outside.
Soriano shakes off a sign. Now he's got what he wants. Tucks the ball into his glove. Stomach high. 1-2. In the dirt. Went to the knuckle curve, but that one a ball out of the hand. He bounced it off the plate.
That was actually a nice block from Logan O'Hoppe. There's a big run standing out at third base. I think that ball actually bounced in front of home plate. We're getting a closer look right now. Yeah, it did. That's a
just
tough block.
2-2. Outside at 98, ball 3. Patiently, Barger has worked his way from an 0-2 count to a 3-2 count. 4-2 Angels, 2 outs, top of the third. And the payoff. Fouled off of his own back ankle. A grimace from Barger, who's going to turn to the right out of the box and take a moment.
Heck of an at bat from Madison Barger. He's taken some tough pitches so far in this at bat.
All 3 of the strikes, too, he's had a piece of. He's fouled off 3 pitches and watched 3 pitches for balls. On deck hitter is Ernie Clement. Varsho on third base. 3-2. Low ball 4. Bounced it near the feet of Barger, and a well-earned walk for the Toronto third baseman.
And like we've seen a couple of times in this inning, another pitch nowhere near the strike zone. Addison Barger actually had to jump out of the way of that split finger. Again, Logan O'Hoppe doing a good job catching that baseball and keeping that run at third base.
It's been a 24-pitch inning for Jose Soriano, who threw 30 total in the first 2 frames. See if the fatigue affects him as Ernie Clement comes up. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Right on right pitch. Curve down and away, ball 1. Still got to work him a lot more to get to this point. But Blue Jays haven't gotten into the Angels bullpen early in this series. They'd love to do that. This Angels bullpen has really struggled this year. 1-0, bounced over the mound up the middle, right at the second baseman Anderson, who wins the race to second base, beating Barger there to end the inning. The Blue Jays come up with 2 runs on 2 hits. Dalton Varsho's double knocked in 1. George Springer scored on an RBI ground out from Alejandro Kirk. It's 4-2 for the Angels, middle of the third. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hear every game of the NBA playoffs on SiriusXM.
He's going to fire up a 3 for the win, and he hit it!
Don't miss a second of the action all the way through the NBA Finals.
Tatum has to force a 3 at the buzzer, and he got it!
And throughout the playoffs, get closer to the storylines that matter on NBA Radio, Channel 86.
There are certain guys that you need to be a part of your roster to win NBA championships.
Listen to home and away broadcasts of every NBA playoff game on your radio and the SiriusXM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
Beeson by the books.
Breaking news, the Dallas Cowboys have traded for George Pickens.
It's not a question about his talent. It was the effort level that has been the bugaboo for George Pickens over his 3 seasons in the NFL.
Cowboys plus 750 to win the NFC East. Also the Steelers plus 550 there in the AFC North.
Beeson by the books. Weekday mornings from 7 to 10 Eastern on SiriusXM 158 and on the SiriusXM app.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you dominate. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
Radio Network.
Chris Bassett into the wind. His first pitch cut on and missed by Logan O'Hoppe, and we're underway in the bottom of the third. Thanks for tuning in tonight. 4-2, the Angels lead the Blue Jays in the series finale. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a fly ball, right field. Backing up slightly, Santander now edges forward, makes the catch, 1 out. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. Home plate is home plans. Score the run with Timbermart.ca. Find a major league selection of winning plays for house, garage, and backyard sheds. Visit Timbermart.ca and win the game with Canada's Building Center. I'm Ben Shulman alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host and producer Tom Young, our technical director. 1 out, pitch to Yoan Moncada, low ball 1. I don't want to speak for you, Chris, but would this be a time where you would say this is a shutdown inning that Chris Bassett needs to have?
Oh, this is definitely a shutdown inning.
1-0. Down and in, 2-0.
And I think Chris Bassett knows that. That's why getting that first out is incredibly important, especially now that he's at, I think, 42 pitches, 43 pitches.
44 to be exact.
44 pitches, sorry. This is a big inning for Chris Bassett.
2-0. Outside 3-0.
And obviously falling behind 3-0 to Yoan Moncada is not ideal, but you can still fight your way back in this at-bat.
What a series Yoan Moncada has had. I'd imagine he has the green light. He's homered in back-to-back days. 3-0 pitch down the middle. I guess I was wrong. Called strike. That's about as center cut as it gets. Moncada 7 for 29 on the year. 2 doubles, 2 homers. 3-1. Foul back 3-2. There was a time not that long ago where there was no more talked about prospect, higher ticket prospect than Yoan Moncada when he was signed by the Red Sox. 3-2, swing and a miss, he got him. Over the top curve at 71, 2 down.
That's a big pitch, a 3-2 breaking ball. You don't want to walk him in that situation. So Chris Bassett throws that thing right down the middle. Yoan Moncada was way in front of it.
Second time he has struck out the Angel third baseman swinging. And now with 2 outs and the bases empty, here's the big swinging Kyron Paris. The pitch. Low ball 1. Paris getting the start in center field today. His 11th start in center this year. Made a lot of starts at second as well when the Angels had Rengifo at third because Moncada was hurt. 1-0. Inside, 2 balls, no strikes. Bassett into the wind, his 50th pitch of the day. At the knees, strike 1.
Paris didn't like that call, immediately looked back at Tom Hanahan and asked him a question, but Alejandro Kirk did a good job bringing that baseball up. It might have been below the strike zone, but Alejandro Kirk stole that strike.
Paris and home plate ump Tom Hanahan have been in a consistent discussion through 2 plate appearances. 2-1 pitch. Up and in, ball 3. Pass it goes to his right hip, steps onto the rubber. Steps to the left now in the 3-1. Swinging a grounder to third. Picked up Barger. Crow hop, rifle throw to first in time for the out to end the inning. Well, that's a shutdown inning. 1-2-3 for Chris Bassett. 4-2 Angels as we go to the fourth. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The PGA Championship is coming, and you can hear all the action on SiriusXM.
Here it comes, down the slope, the shot of the week.
Rory McIlroy completed the career Grand Slam in April. Can Jordan Spieth do the same at Quail Hollow?
Cool thing if you're able to hold all four. There's just not many people in the game that have done that, and that's what kind of stands the test of time.
PGA Championship Radio returns Monday, May 12th on Channel 92 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
Baseball is back. It's former General Manager Jim Duquette, and every Sunday on the front office, we have you covered on everything happening across Major League Baseball.
That's right, Duke. It's former Big League GM Jim Bowden. Injuries, extensions, promotions, demotions, and trades. We'll have you covered on all the news.
We'll bring you the front office perspective as the season heats up.
Front office with Jim Duquette and Jim Bowden, Sundays at 10 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
To jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on SiriusXM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on SiriusXM or streaming anytime on the SiriusXM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you dominate. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
It's the fourth inning, brought to you by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds. Find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. 4-2, the Angels lead the Blue Jays, but the Blue Jays, with the last two runs in this game, will try to get to Jose Soriano for a second straight frame. His pitch to Nathan Lucas. Down and in, ball one. Third year in the majors for Soriano, and the second time that the Blue Jays have seen him. He pitched as a reliever against Toronto in July of 2023. 1-0. Bounce foul, 1-1. That day, he went an inning and two-thirds, allowed one run. It was a homer to Whit Merrifield. Remember, 2023 July was quite the month for Whit Merrifield. Now the 1-1. Called strike 1 and 2. But he did flash some of that great stuff in that outing. He struck out 4 as a reliever in that outing. He's not a huge strikeout pitcher traditionally, but he's punched out 5 in 3 innings today. The 1-2. Bounce to the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
It's actually surprising watching him. This is my first time watching him as a starter. And I'm surprised that he's not a strikeout guy. I think that knuckle curve is really the difference maker for him. That seems like a strikeout pitch. Seems like he should be getting swings and misses on it.
2-2. Outside, ball 3.
And then, of course, he has the 98-mile-an-hour sinker.
Now, he hasn't used the four-seamer much. I almost wonder if he went a little bit more often upstairs with a four-seamer, if he'd just strike out a couple more batters. Now it's 3-2. Hit on the ground to second base. Picked up by Tim Anderson. Throw on to first for the out. He seems just as happy to do that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think as a reliever, if Jose Soriano was a reliever, I'd want those strikeout numbers to tick up just a little bit. You're probably in big situations. You want to strike out as opposed to a ground ball. But as a starter, I'm okay with the 9 per 9 or the 8 per 9 that he has right now.
He's getting outs.
Yeah.
One way or another. His pitch to Bo Bichette. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Let's go over to the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, 100% Canadian owned and operated since 1992. Every Tuesday night, wings are just half price. Visit stlouiswings.com for details. You are welcome. 0-1, down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Not that many games today in the majors. Off day for a lot of teams. But still, 2 different AL East teams already have finals. Make that 3, already have finals. The 1-1. Swing and a fly ball. Left field. Going back Ward to the warning track. And he'll make the catch just in front of the dirt. Deep fly up for Bichette. 2 down.
I thought that one was gone off the bat. I think Bo Bichette did too. Kind of stood in the batter's box and watched it for a split second. That ended up about 5 or 10 feet from that wall out in left field.
It will go down as a long, loud second out of the inning, and we will go to the out-of-town scoreboard now. 1 win for an AL East team today. The Boston Red Sox blanked the laboring Texas Rangers 5-0 at Fenway Park. Pitch to Vlad Guerrero Jr. Called strike. Brian Bayo only went 4 2/3 in the game, still coming back from early season injury, but no runs allowed despite 5 walks. Then the bullpen took it from there to help the Red Sox shut out the Rangers. 0-1 in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike to Vlad with 2 outs and the bases empty. Other AL East scores. The Orioles going through a real tough stretch. Lose to the Twins 5-2. Baltimore's now 13-23. And the Phillies beat the Rays 7-6 in extra innings. 1-1. Chopped foul, third base side, 1-2. Trey Turner had an RBI single to score a second run in the top of the 10th for the Phillies. Danny Jansen actually knocked in a run for the Rays to make it a 1-run game in the bottom half of the inning, but Matt Strahm shut it down from there. 1-2 to Vlad. Inside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Guerrero 2 for 2 today. 10-game hit streak now for Vlad, and he had entered today batting .314 with 2 homers in the previous 9. 2-2 pitch. Outside check swing, appeal down to third, and he did not go. Ball 3.
That was close, though. That was a pretty good pitch from Soriano. We're about to see that side view. Ooh.
He just held it up.
Not that close. Not as close as I thought it was.
The wrists went forward, but the bat didn't actually turn over much at all. Payoff pitch. Low ball 4. Guerrero on for a 3rd time as he walks, barking back to his own dugout, trying to fire up the Blue Jays here to rally. They're only down 2. It's 4-2 Angels, top of the 4th.
That was a really nice at-bat from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. That last pitch was actually a pretty tough sinker. It started in the strike zone at 98 miles an hour and then dove below at a good take from Vlad.
And he does help the Blue Jays run this pitch count up a little more on Soriano. Now 71 on the day as the righty deals to Santander, who will take outside ball 1. Santander 1 for 2 with a single. Just trying to get over that Mendoza line. He's got 5 homers, 14 RBIs. 1-0. Swing and a hot shot. A one-hopper snared off to the left by the second baseman, Anderson. Turns and throws to first to end the inning and strand Guerrero. No runs, no hits, 1 left for the Blue Jays. 4-2 for the Angels, middle of the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Which Looney Dogger are you? Do you approach Tuesdays with swagger and style? You could be a Rizzy Glizzy. Maybe you're an architect stacking your Looney Dogs up high. Do you walk into the ballpark with the confidence of an MVD? Then you're the most valuable dogger. This season at Rogers Center, every Tuesday home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. No matter which Looney Dogger you are, you'll have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around the ballpark. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. Every Tuesday home game. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL 3-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
Breaking news comes 65. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He delivers a 3-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. First pitch at the bottom of the fourth goes to Joe Adell, and he hits it foul. 0-1. 4-2, the Angels lead the Blue Jays. Not in our Timber Mart broadcast booth, but in the television booth at Angel Stadium. Max Scherzer is sitting between Dan Schulman and Buck Martinez, joining them on the broadcast. 0-1, outside 1-1.
It looks like Dan is very happy and smiley, and Buck is very serious. I wonder what they're talking about right now.
Well, and Scherzer can ping pong between both of those emotions in a matter of seconds. 1-1. Swing and a fly ball out to right. Racing back Santander at the track, leaps at the wall, and he made the catch. He ran back facing right, spun all the way around to his left, just got it in the end of his glove, and even for a second it looked like he wasn't totally sure he brought it in. Heck of a play from Anthony Santander.
Well, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. actually tipped his cap to Anthony Santander out in right field. That tells you how good that play was. Wow, what a play out there. That's a big play in this ball game as well.
I won't lie, not exactly how you draw up catching that ball, but it looked great and it works well. And now a first pitch strike to Tim Anderson, the former batting champion. It's 0-1.
It wasn't smooth, it wasn't sexy, but it's an out. We'll take it.
And it was fun.
It was fun.
It was fun.
Hey, baseball's fun, Ben.
It is.
I don't know who told me that, but
0-1. Called strike, 0-2. So 1 out and the base is empty. 4-2 Angels, bottom 4. We were talking about Max Scherzer in the booth. Obviously, we can't hear what's going on. Simultaneous broadcasts. But I was told he's doing some analysis, not just the question and answer. 0-2 pitch hit on the ground over the mound and into center for a base hit.
I'm wondering if Chris Bassett knows he's up there.
I am almost certain. John Schneider said today before the game that he knew, that Scherzer told him. And Scherzer and Bassett pretty tight in that clubhouse. I don't know this for sure, but it may not be a coincidence that Scherzer did this during a Bassett start.
Hey, man, I'm going to go up there and I'm going to analyze you. How do you feel about that?
It feels like later in the year when Scherzer starts, Bassett will pay the favor back and analyze him.
Yeah.
Time called from behind the plate. Tom Hanahan just making sure for a second that Bassett doesn't go before Neto is set in the box. Now the right-handed hitter is ready to go. So is Bassett, the right-handed pitcher. 1 out, 1 on in the pitch. Backdoor sinker, strike 1. Neto 1 for 2 today, extending a hit streak to now 13 games, second longest active in the big leagues. 0-1. Bounce foul, 0-2. Neto hitting in and around 360 during that hit streak, and we've seen a bit of him in this series, and in years past he looks like the real deal for the Angels at short.
Yeah, he's a good player. I mean, obviously Logan O'Hoppe is probably their best hitter, but I really like Neto up there.
It's a close second with Neto.
Right.
Step off throw to first, and Guerrero leaped up to bring it in. Tosses it back to Bassett, and diving back in safe without a tag was Anderson.
Tim Anderson does have 1 stolen base this season. I wouldn't say that he's a for sure in terms of stealing, but wouldn't be surprised if he goes.
Zach Neto will ask for time now before the next pitch. And Anderson doesn't get a lot of opportunities. He is only a part-time player. A guy with 4 different seasons of 15 or more stolen bases. At his peak, stole 26 in 2018 with the White Sox. The 0-2. Inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Infield playing pretty much straight up against the right-handed hitter, Zach Neto. 1-2 pitch inside. Kirk twisted his body to check on the runner. Anderson didn't throw down there. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, he thought about it for a second. I don't think he got a good handle on that baseball. If he would have got it, I think he would have tried to throw Tim Anderson out at first base.
The 2-2. Hit on the ground at third. Barger has it, and he'll throw over to first. Backhanded dig by Guerrero for the out. Barger was on the run, and a little bit in between it looked for a second. Thought about second, and then threw over to first. You're rarely going to see that guy skip a throw, but he was bailed out by Vlad.
Really nice play over there from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. We saw him drop a ball earlier on in the ball game, but what a play there. Nice little pick on that short hop for out number 2.
Up to second went Tim Anderson. 4-2 Angels, 2 down, bottom 4. Left-handed hitter Nolan Shotwell is 2 for 2 today. He's back up. Bassett with a look at second, a second look, and the pitch down and in, ball 1. Big left-handed hitter Shotwell. Cream batting gloves. Just a little bit more color in them than the off-white City Connect jersey. 1-0. Inside, backs Shotwell off the plate with a cutter, 2-0.
I wonder if when Shotwell ordered those batting gloves, he was like, yeah, I'm going to get the cream ones to match the City Connects. And then he got them, and he was like, these aren't really the same cream.
If he's colorblind like me,
doesn't matter.
Happens all the time. It's just the price of admission. 2-0. Down and in, 3-0.
Chris Bassett wanted that call, asking if it was inside. It wasn't. It was inside just by a hair.
Now you have a predicament. Do you go after Shotwell 3-0? He says 2 hits today. Or do you walk him? First is open, but then Taylor Ward comes up. 3-0 pitch. Cutter on the inside edge, strike 1.
I think my answer to that question is you just be careful. You don't feed him something right down the middle. Obviously, Chris Bassett felt the same way, throwing that cutter inside to him. That's a pretty nice pitch.
Back in the count now. Here's Bassett's 3-1. Curveball cut on and missed. Got Shotwell to chase. It's a full count.
And now you can really throw whatever you want.
Shotwell asks for time. Waving around that lead right arm, just trying to get the motion of that lead arm in his swing. Chokes up slightly on the bat from the left side. Full count, 2 outs. Runner in scoring position. 3-2. Hit on the ground is shortstop. Picked up Bo Bichette. Pumps sidearm throw to first in time to end the inning. A second straight scoreless frame from Bassett. He strands the 1 hit. And after 4 innings, it's 4-2 for the Angels. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's Kelly Ripa like you've never heard her before.
Stop the presses.
She's flipping the script and saying what's really on her mind.
We're seeing a different side of you.
Talking to famous friends and taking your calls.
Demi Moore.
Rob Lowe.
Goldie Hawn.
Matthew McConaughey.
Howdy, Kelly.
Unfiltered conversations and unexpected confessions.
Salma Hayek.
Only Kelly Ripa can ask me these questions.
Let's talk off camera with Kelly Ripa on Radio Andy, Sirius XM 102, or listen anytime on the Sirius XM app.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
To jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on Sirius XM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on Sirius XM or streaming anytime on the Sirius XM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on Sirius XM. We're back on the track Sunday,
2 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Advent Health 400 from Kansas Speedway on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90, in the car and on the Sirius XM app. For up-to-date betting lines, fantasy plays, and the latest NASCAR news, catch the pre-race show before every Cup Series race. Plus, 2 hours of post-race coverage on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90.
season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of 5, Angels 4, Blue Jays 2. Last game for Toronto this season at Angels Stadium. And Jose Soriano, the starter, unleashes a first pitch to George Springer. Swing and a miss, strike one. 5th inning brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care today. The 0-1. Spiked, 1 ball, 1 strike. Springer walked, came around to score in the 3rd. He's 0 for 1, a walk and a strikeout. The 1-1 pitch. Down and away, 2 balls, 1 strike.
Logan O'Hoppe liked that pitch from Jose Soriano. It was a little bit off the plate outside, but he pointed his glove at him after that pitch was caught.
2-1. Low ball 3. Right-hander winds, kicks, deals, and misses inside. Ball 4, a leadoff walk.
Blue Jays will take that. A good at-bat from George Springer. Tough pitch inside. That sinking fastball that just moves so much. Actually, that was well inside.
We've talked about it a bit. Sometimes Soriano has been pinpoint today. Other times he's been all over the place command-wise.
But as we've seen, those guys are really tough to square up. Effectively wild.
His pitch now to Dalton Varsho. Down and in, ball 1. Angels looking for a big outing out of Soriano, though. After winning the first 2 of this series, they have a chance to do something that they have not done very often recently, and that's sweep a 3-game series. 1-0. Hit on the ground. Foul, right side, 1-1. Last time they did that, July of last year against the Seattle Mariners. I believe that was on the road too, so it's been even longer since the home fans have seen a 3-game sweep. Soriano's offering. Hit on the ground up the middle, off the glove of the shortstop Neto into left center. Springer turns around second, dives head first into third. Another rocket off the bat of Dalton Varsho for a base hit, and the Blue Jays have runners on the corners, no outs.
Well, if Zach Neto was playing straight up, that would have been a routine double play, but he was shaded almost up the middle behind the second base bag, veered to his right, and just missed it. A big base hit for Dalton Varsho. George Springer running around second base with the heads-up play, ends up at third base.
It just barely nicked the end of the glove for Neto. A base hit for sure, not an error. But a tough break for the Angels. Blue Jays will take it. Pitch to Alejandro Kirk. Called strike. (4-2) for the Angels, with the Blue Jays out hitting them 7-6. Runners on the corners, nobody out here in the 5th. 0-1. Swing and a liner caught at first by Shanoel. He'll step on first and double off Varsho. And it's just been that kind of series. A line-out double play, 2 down.
Well, Alejandro Kirk hammered that ball right at Nolan Shanoel. That's just a huge break for the Angels in this inning. Wow. What a play over there.
And it's not like Varsho made the wrong base running play. He just takes a secondary lead. He did take one more step to the right. It didn't matter. The ball was caught right beside the bag.
I think even if he freezes, even if he goes back to the bag, takes that one step back, he's still doubled up.
I think you're absolutely right. So 2 down, runner on third. First pitch misses to Addison Barger. It's 1-0. 4-2 Angels, top of the 5th. Soriano offers. And Barger lines the ball to right field, down for a base hit. Coming in to score, George Springer, and the Blue Jays salvage something from that early rally in the inning. They get a run here to make it 4-3 on a Barger RBI single.
Well, I told you I like this matchup. Addison Barger with a beautiful swing on a pretty hard fastball, up and in. He's right on that thing. A big RBI, a big run in this ball game for the Blue Jays.
3rd RBI of the Major League season for Addison Barger, who's now been aboard twice today. 4-3 for the Angels. 2 outs, top of 5. The pitch to Ernie Clement. Called strike. Pitch count up to 86 for Jose Soriano. And I mentioned earlier how much the Angels' pen has struggled. The earlier you can get them in, the better. They have an AL worst 7.01 ERA. Step off throw to first. Barger lunges back into first base, standing up. That bullpen now active for Los Angeles. Hector Neris is getting loose. He made his Angels debut in Game 1. Next pitch to Clement in the dirt. Check swing. Appeal to first. No swing. 1-1. Ernie with a single today and a ground ball fielder's choice. 1 for 2. Brings his average up to 231. 1-1 offering. Curveball freezes him. Called strike. 1-2. Clement wipes his face, looking down to third base to get signs from Carlos Fablis. Now he's back in the box. Leaning forward toward home plate. The 1-2. Down and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Soriano sweating under his red cap, about to throw his 90th pitch of the day. 2-2. Down and away. Check swing, and he did go around. According to home plate ump Tom Hanahan, that's strike 3 to end the inning. The Blue Jays get a run on 2 hits. They leave 1 on. It's 4-3. Middle of the 5th. The Angels still on top. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Gear up for an MLS doubleheader this weekend on Sirius XM FC. First, Minnesota United host Inter Miami.
He's in, Messi! Oh, yeah! It's a show tonight!
Then, the New York Red Bulls take on the LA Galaxy.
It's Fagundes! What a strike!
Coverage kicks off Saturday at 4 Eastern in English on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming in Spanish on Soccer and Espanol Channel 1999.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
PGA Championship moments on Sirius XM.
At the 2024 PGA Championship at Valhalla, Xander Schauffele's opening round 62 tied a major championship record, and he never looked back.
Xander Schauffele, the winner of the 106th PGA Championship.
Colin Morikawa and Bryson DeChambeau made furious charges, but Xander secured his first major win 2 months before claiming his second. PGA Championship Week begins May 12th on Channel 92 in the car and on the Sirius XM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
At Radio Network.
Blue Jays Baseball is presented by Crown Rust Protection. Bottom of the 5th, 4-3. The Angels lead the Blue Jays. Here's the pitch to Taylor Ward. Swing and a fly ball, right field. Can of corn for Anthony Santander. He makes the catch after taking 2 steps to the right. 1 out. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Tom Young, our technical director. Show Ali, our host and producer. And Show and Tom have Blue Jays talk again after the broadcast. Continuing to put in the good work in the late hours in the Eastern time zone. Pitch to Jorge Soler. Called a strike at the knees, 0-1.
2 more to go after tonight. We don't count tonight. Tonight's already over.
I would describe the work with the time of day and the results of the games as grinding. They've been grinding well. 0-1. Called strike, 0-2.
I don't think I've thanked Show for all the work that he puts in, so I'd like to thank Show on the air right now. Hopefully he's listening.
Call into the show.
I am not calling into the show.
You're going to be asleep. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, the pitch. Curveball bounced to the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Chris Bassitt about to throw his 75th pitch. Pretty good considering he threw 22 in the first inning. Started to get in rhythm in the last couple frames. His 1-2. Curveball lined in a 1-hopper. Picked up at third by Barger. Throw to first in time. 2 outs.
75 pitches now for Chris Bassitt. Hopefully he can get to around 100, 105. This is going to be another high-leverage baseball game for the Blue Jays bullpen. You hate to do it to them, but that's the way it's looking so far.
They're used to it.
You could say that.
2 down, bases empty, bottom 5. 4-3 Angels over the Blue Jays, and the catcher Logan O'Hoppe batting. The pitch. Called strike. Let's go quickly to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. NHL playoffs on Sportsnet. Washington Capitals pick up their first win of the second round, 3-1. They defeat the Carolina Hurricanes to even that series as it shifts over to Raleigh. The 0-1. Fouled away, 0-2. Goals from Connor McMichael, John Carlson, and an empty netter by Tom Wilson for Washington. Shane Gostisbehere had the 1 for Carolina. And then the Oilers in progress right now in Vegas, already taking away home ice advantage. The Oilers in Game 2 are trailing 1-0 to the Golden Knights. Victor Olofsson with a power play goal in the first. Although as we speak, the Oilers just tied it up. It's 1-1. 0-2 pitch to O'Hoppe, hit on a line, and a 1 bouncer up the middle into center. A base hit for the catcher, Logan O'Hoppe.
Alejandro Kirk was set up in off the plate, and that sinker just leaked over the middle of the plate. Logan O'Hoppe, like we've said so many times this series, such a good hitter, such a pro up there. He hammers that thing right back up the middle.
Hard to imagine with all that talent. Logan O'Hoppe, a 23rd rounder by the Phillies, and then traded away by the Phillies for Brandon Marsh. But the Angels certainly very happy to have him. He's on first, 2 down. Pitch to Yoan Moncada is bounced over the mound. Bo Bichette playing right behind the mound, picks it up near second, steps on the bag, and ends the inning. Another scoreless frame for Bassitt. No runs on a hit, 1 left. 4-3. The Angels lead the Blue Jays headed to the 6th inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Decking isn't just about wood. It's about creating the perfect outdoor retreat, and it all begins with the right materials. Essentials you always find at Trex, the leader in composite decking for over 30 years. Sustainable, durable, beautiful. Trex isn't just decking, it's a lifestyle. From homeowners to pros, everyone knows Trex delivers unmatched quality. Ready to transform your backyard into a dream space? Find Trex at Timbermark, Canada's building center, where your outdoor vision comes to life.
Guess who just bundled their home and auto with Desjardins Insurance?
Well, look at you, all grown up and saving money.
Yes, I am.
Mom told you to do it, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Get insurance that's really big on care. Switch and you could save up to 35% on home insurance when you bundle home and auto. Desjardins Insurance. Here for your home, auto, life, and business needs. Certain conditions apply.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He makes the catch, and the Blue Jays win the ball game.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Series finale between the Blue Jays and Angels. Angels looking for a sweep. They lead 4-3 as we go to the 6th inning. Pitching change for Ron Washington's team. Los Angeles brings on Ryan Johnson, the right-hander, in a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. It'll be 9-1-2 in the Toronto order, batting against the right-hander Johnson, starting with Nathan Lucas. Johnson into the wind. Glove overhead. The pitch. Called a strike. If you weren't with us on Friday, this is the second appearance of the series for Johnson, who is incredibly funky in his delivery. The 0-1. Swing and a line drive. Bounces through the right side of the infield. A base hit into right. Quick motion to the plate. Didn't fool Nathan Lucas, who's aboard with a leadoff single.
And like we said in his last outing, it's if a pitcher does that every single pitch, then it doesn't affect the deception or anything like that. I'm actually curious as to who taught him how to pitch like that. It's really, really unique.
For those who haven't seen him, it's a slow traditional wind until he's about to kick his leg up, and then he just slide steps to the plate. Pitch to Bo Bichette. Fouled back 0-1. And when he's in the stretch, it's all slide steps all the time, which actually I think does have a purpose. It is effective in limiting the run game.
I'm wondering, I mean, this is just me thinking, I have no knowledge of him as a high school pitcher, but maybe his hip was hurting one day and he couldn't lift his leg, so he just decided to pitch like this, and it worked out well for him.
Is 0-1. Downstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike. He's certainly not a guy that has to compensate for his stuff. He's in the mid-90s with his fastball. Throws a 4-seamer, a sinker, and a low 90s cutter. He's got a sweeper and a splitter as well. He's got the stuff to get guys out straight up.
Yeah, it's not like Nestor Cortez is out there right now.
1-1 is low, 2-1.
I think Nestor Cortez is more effective, and I know that a lot of hitters think that it doesn't work and it doesn't affect them at all. But at least Nestor Cortez switches it up, and he doesn't do the same thing every single pitch.
2-1, down and away, 3-1. For Johnson, the rookie who never pitched in the minors, drafted last year in the 2nd round, came up this year. He's thrown 14 2/3 of Major League Baseball innings. He has a 5.5 ERA. The 3-1. Poked away, foul, full count. Runner on first, nobody out in a 6th inning. That's brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care today. Payoff pitch. Swing and a fly ball, right field line. Tracking it to the sidewall is Joe Adell, but that one's going to get out of play. So Bichette remains up at the plate with a full count. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is on deck. Blue Jays have scored the last 3 runs after falling behind 4-0 early. The 3-2. Up and in, ball 4. Bichette will take a walk. It's 1st and 2nd, nobody out.
Really nice at bat from Bo Bichette. Fouled off that tough fastball at 95 below the strike zone, and then takes that pitch right there just above the strike zone. I'm sure Ryan Johnson wanted that pitch.
It was close, but not close enough as the Angels bullpen continues to churn now. The left-hander Brock Burke is throwing. Ryan Johnson about to face his 3rd hitter. There'll be a meeting on the mound before that happens. With that, we quickly go back to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Last inning, as we were updating the Oilers and the Golden Knights, the Oilers had scored in the middle of the update to make it 1-1. That's the score right now. 5 minutes left in the 2nd. That game on Sportsnet. It's Jake Wallman who came up with his first goal of the playoffs to tie it at 1. Oilers on the road, and they just scored again. Oilers, I got to keep updating. They score every time.
You're the good luck charm.
Believe Victor Arvidsson put that one in. And it's 2-1 either way for the Oilers. It's like every time we go to the page to update it, they just tend to put in another one. So Oilers take the lead on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Blue Jays are trailing, but they got a big shot here. Down 4-3. 1st and 2nd, no outs, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is up. He has 2 hits and a walk today. Johnson's pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him out in front on a sweeper, 0-1. Righty stretches out his arms, now brings the glove to his belt. A look at second in the 0-1. Swing and a fly ball out to left field. It's shallow and it's down for a base hit. Lucas around third, but he'll stop and go back to the bag. A bit of a bloop for Vlad, but he'll take it. His third hit of the day, and the bases are loaded for Toronto with nobody out for the second time in this game.
Well, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was pretty far out in front of that cutter from Ryan Johnson. Hit it off the end of the bat. I think Nathan Lucas wasn't sure if that ball was going to be caught or not by Taylor Ward. Had to kind of wait for a second, and he ends up at third base. No need to rush it. There's nobody out in this inning.
Ron Washington is not rushing it, walking out to the mound. Baseball lifer, he gets to do that. He will take his time as he walks out to the hill and talks to Ryan Johnson, but looks like it's going to be the end of his day.
So you think he was quicker than that 20 years ago? Or do you think
he had the ability to be?
I think he's always been that slow walking out to the mound. He loves taking his time.
There didn't used to be clocks. By the way, he got out there, he talked to the pitcher and the infield, and then from the mound, he has now made the call to the bullpen. A pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Blue Jays are down 1. It's 4-3. Bases loaded, nobody out, top of the 6th. As Brock Burke comes in, let's go over to today's host, Show Ali.
Thanks very much, guys. Let's check out that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We heard the hockey update, so let's check out the NBA, where the playoffs are in full swing. Pretty fun so far in the second round. Lots of great results. First, last night, the Knicks pulling out a last-second win over the Celtics after a 20-point comeback. They win 91-90. They take a 2-0 series lead as the series heads back to Madison Square Garden. The Thunder, meanwhile, absolutely pummeling the Nuggets. 149-106 the final score. That series now tied at 1 game apiece. Tonight, just one game on the calendar. Warriors taking on the Timberwolves in Game 2. Golden State was without Steph Curry in this one, who suffered a hamstring strain in Game 1. Anthony Edwards on the Minnesota side actually left this game with an ankle sprain in the first half. He did return in the second half. The Timberwolves even up the series at 1 game apiece behind a 117-93 win. Anthony Edwards finishing with 20 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists. Julius Randle notching 24 points, 11 assists, 7 rebounds as well. Game 3 of this series will be on the West Coast on Saturday night. And yes, in the Stanley Cup playoffs, we did get one game earlier tonight, apart from Oilers Golden Knights. Hurricanes Capitals Game 2 saw the Capitals bouncing back at home to win 3-1 over the Canes. Connor McMichael and John Carlson scoring for Washington. Tom Wilson would get an empty netter to finish off the game with a minute to go. This series heads back to Raleigh, tied at 1 game apiece. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue with the call.
Thank you very much, Joe. Massive spot for the Blue Jays. Bases loaded, nobody out. Top of the 6th inning, Toronto trailing 4-3 to the Los Angeles Angels. Anthony Santander stepping up to the plate, and at minimum, a fly ball or even a ground ball to certain parts of the infield would tie the game. The middle infield is playing back, willing to cash in a pair of outs and trade that for a run. Corners are pinched in. Brock Burke, the lefty on the hill, and the pitch. Swing and a line drive. Left field, base hit. In to score, Nathan Lucas. Bo Bichette around third. He'll come in to score right behind him. And for the first time today, Toronto leads. It's 5-4 on the 2-run single from Santander.
Well, I thought Taylor Ward out in left field had a chance to catch that baseball off the bat. Bo Bichette disagreed with me, and he took off right away. He ends up scoring a big 2-out knock for Anthony Santander. What a stroke.
Blue Jays had bases loaded, nobody out in the first, didn't score a run. The first pitch they saw in this inning with bases loaded, nobody out, cashes in 2 runs, and now an opportunity to add on even more. Pitch to George Springer, low ball 1.
Yeah, Santander wasn't messing around there. Swinging first pitch fastball from Burke.
Back-to-back 2-hit games for Anthony Santander. First and second, the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Brock Burke just got Springer out in front on the slider. He's got a mid to high 90s fastball, a changeup, and a sinker as well. Burke pitched yesterday through a scoreless 9th. Actually picked up the win, 1-1. Downstairs, 2-1. Springer did not see him yesterday, although he got a pretty good look at him from the on-deck circle as Springer was on deck when the top of the ninth ended. 2-1. Foul tip on a slider, 2-2. So the Blue Jays trailed 4-0 after 2 innings in this game, and now they're leading 5-4 in Anaheim. 2-2 pitch. Low ball 3.
I'm sure a lot of people on the East Coast went to bed when it was 4-0. They'll wake up tomorrow and they'll be like, whoa, turned out to be a good ball game. I'm not saying the game is over.
Right. Fair. 3-2. Down and in, ball 4. Third walk for Springer in the game, who entered today 4th in the American League in on-base percentage. He's boosted that OBP in this game, and it's bases loaded, nobody out again.
That was a great take from George Springer. You can see the frustration on Ron Washington's face in that dugout. But a tough slider down and in just off the plate. George Springer with another good at-bat.
Angels have the corners in now, and the middle is going to come in as well. Pitch to Dalton Varsho, inside, ball 1. 5-4 Blue Jays. 3 hits, all singles, 2 walks in this inning, and 2 runs scored. 1-0. Bouncer foul right side, 1-1. So corners in for the Angels, middle back. Again, they're willing to trade the double play for a run here just to try and stop this Blue Jays rally. Varsho 2 for 3 today, an RBI double and a single. 1-1 pitch down and away, 2-1.
I think if I was in this situation and I was Ron Washington, I'd probably bring the infield in.
All the way?
Yeah. I think that's what I would do. I don't know if I agree with this decision from Ron Washington.
2-1 pitch is hit high in the air to center field. Paris going back, makes the catch in front of the track. Tagging from third, Guerrero jogs home, and it's a sac fly to make the Blue Jays a 2-run lead at 6-4.
What a swing from Varsho. I thought he got that. Paris with the nice catch over the shoulder out in center field, but another big run in this ball game. 6-4 now for the Toronto Blue Jays. Runners on second and third and just 1 out still in this inning.
Yeah, by the way, it was deep enough that Santander tagged from second, went to third, and Springer tagged from first, went to second, giving Kirk a good chance to drive in runs. Second and third, 1 out. And they're going to intentionally walk Alejandro Kirk to set up forces, load the bases again.
Set up the left on left with Addison Barger coming to the plate. I like that move. I would probably at least think about doing the same thing. But again, now that the bases are loaded, you have to throw strikes. You can't throw anything outside of the strike zone.
Burke kicks and offers. First pitch hit on the ground right side. Picked up Shotwell. Throws to home for 1. Throw back to Shotwell. And the ball pops out of the glove of Shotwell. Coming to the plate, George Springer. Throw to the plate, not in time. And the Blue Jays steal away a run. What a wild play that was. Ground ball to first. Throw went to the plate to get a force out. Throw from the plate went back to first. And I believe the head of Barger knocked the ball out of the glove of Shotwell. As the ball rolled down the line, Springer, who started on second, came all the way around third to score. And in a roundabout way, the Blue Jays take a 7-4 lead.
Well, that's a first baseman's worst nightmare right there. The throw from catcher Logan O'Hoppe tailed into the baseline. And Addison Barger actually ran into the wrist, the hand, the glove area of Shotwell, knocks the glove off. The ball goes flying. And George Springer with the heads-up play coming in to score.
7-4. First and second, 2 outs, and the pitch low to Ernie Clement. Ball 1. Looked like Barger and Shotwell came up a little bit shaky after that one, but both remain in the game. 1-0. Swing and a ground ball left side past the dive of Neto, a base hit into left field. Kirk rumbling up to third. He'll stop there. Bases are loaded again for the Blue Jays.
It's a pretty nice swing from Ernie Clement. Obviously, Carlos Fablis, Blue Jays third base coach, holding Alejandro Kirk at third base. Like you said, again, bases loaded for the third time in this inning, this time with 2 outs, though.
And some Let's Go Blue Jays chants in Anaheim. Toronto with its best run total of the series so far. They're up 7-4. Pitch to Nathan Lucas. Called outside. Looked like it had the zone. Ball one. Credit Nathan Lucas. He got this whole inning started. This is the second time he hits in the sixth. He singled to right field to begin the hit parade for Toronto. 1-0 pitch down and away. 2-0.
And nowhere to put him. Bases are loaded. Nathan Lucas should be expecting something in the heart of the plate here. 2-0.
The pitch. Fouled right back. 2-1. By the way, to go back 2 plays on the Barger odd fielder's choice that resulted in Springer coming to the plate. They charged an error to Logan O'Hoppe. That's how Springer scored. So no RBI for Barger on that one. 2-1 pitch. Popped up foul. Or no, it is gonna land foul. Real close for a moment there. But the 2 hands going up by Edwin Moscoso, third base umpire. That was a bloop of all bloops that just barely missed the chalk.
Well, Nathan Lucas made contact with that baseball, stood in the batter's box for a split second, didn't think it had a chance to go fair, and then all of a sudden realized it could go fair and sprinted to first base. It ended up about, 1 or 2 feet foul?
Just about. Moncada was flailing at it, running back over the shoulder. 2-2 count, bases loaded, 2 outs. Blue Jays have 4 in the inning. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Finally, the frame comes to an end, but not before the Blue Jays put up 4 runs on 4 hits. All singles, some walks, some errors, sacked flies in the mix. And the Blue Jays take a 7-4 lead, middle of the 6th in Anaheim. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Boogie down the boulevard. Or rock out on Route 66. To the groovy sound of Road Trip Radio's 70s mix. Disco, you know. And the jams you forgot you loved. Road Trip Radio 70s Mix. Listen at home with the SiriusXM app on your phone or on your computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
The football talk doesn't stop on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
They're mentally tough, they're physically tough, and they're talented.
From OTAs to mini camps and leading up to training camps, stay updated on the latest news around the National Football League.
Got to practice a certain way if you want to be winners.
Our experts are getting you ready for the 2025 season.
For the veteran players, they want to see the guy earn the job.
There's a story for every team on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Blue Jays fans, your manager, John Schneider, joins MLB Network Radio every other Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
Our at-bats have been really kind of the way we envisioned them. Jimenez has kind of picked up where he left off in spring, as has Bo Bichette, Alejandro Kirk, and George Springer is making progress and kind of quieting some people down on the outside with the start he got off to.
Managers at the mic on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89 and the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365. Coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Bottom of the 6th in Anaheim. Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. This game has flipped on its head. A 4-run top of the 6th for Toronto, and the Blue Jays lead for the first time in the game. Alongside the former Pirate, Marlin, and Yankee Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. And Chris Bassett, after a long wait, is back out on the hill for his 6th inning of work.
Yeah, 79 pitches for Chris Bassett in this ball game. No walks. But I think that he has to at least throw, I would say, 95 pitches in this ball game. Save that bullpen just a little bit. Still have 3 more games in Seattle after this ball game without an off day.
Pitch to Kyron Paris. Outside, ball 1. He will get the bottom third of the order in this bottom of the 6th, starting with Paris, the center fielder, who's 0 for 2. Righty winds and fires home. Swing and a miss. So 7 runs for the Blue Jays. There's been a lot of discussion, obviously, about the Blue Jays' bats this year. So I went to look back. When's the last time they scored 7? Well, they did it pretty recently, April 30th, extra innings walk-off against Boston. Last time before that, extra innings win on the road against Baltimore. They scored 7 in a 7-6 win in 10 innings. But both those games went 10 innings. They had an extra shot to score. The 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. So when's the last time the Blue Jays scored 7 runs in a game that was 9 innings long? Well, that was game 2 of the season, March 28th, when they beat the Orioles 8-2, the only other time they've done it this year. 1-2. Swing and a fly ball, center field. Varsho started back, now angles toward right center and makes the catch to his left. 1 out.
That is a wild stat.
Yeah, and I don't know how to think about it. You're not expected to score 7 that often, but at the same time, it was March last time they scored 7 in a 9-inning game again, and now it's May. Bottom of the 6th, 1 out, pitch to Joe Adell. Outside, ball 1. Pass it with a breath and the 1-0 offering. Swing and a miss by Adell, 1-1. Still a couple outs to get here in the 6th, but I think a lot of credit so far for this lead should go to Chris Bassett. Tough first 2 innings, which included 2 really tough errors while Bassett was pitching. 1-1 pitch bounced over the mound. Barehanded by Ernie Clement. Throw over to first in time. Ernie Clement crossed second base to the far side. Picked it up with the bare hand and almost submarine sidearm snapped it over to first for the 2nd out.
That is a highlight reel play from Ernie Clement. Chris Bassett actually tipped that ball. And that's really the only play that Ernie Clement had, throwing that submarine throw across the diamond right to the chest of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. A nice little stretch from him as well.
Beat Joe Adell by a step. And Adell was sprinting out of the box, giving it everything he had. 2 down, pitch to Tim Anderson is lofted to right field. Santander racing into foul territory, reaches out, and a fan collided with Santander, who flips into the seats. The fan's hand and Santander's glove came together, and I think it's at least worth checking if the fan reached over the short wall into the field of play. It looked borderline.
And that wasn't a violent fall into the stands. I think that Santander looks okay down that line. He's going to get checked out by Blue Jays staff here, but I
think that's how to play. Actually.
I think if the fan doesn't reach and try to catch that baseball, Santander might have a chance to catch that ball. That's a tough play for him, and obviously ends up in the stands.
The question now is, did the fan in a Vladimir Guerrero Angels jersey, by the way, did he reach over that short wall, therefore into the field of play, in which case it should be an out? Or was that ball over the short wall, and therefore it's completely his right? We're getting a look. What do you think? I've gone a little back and forth on it.
So I think it's so tough as a fan because you don't mean...
Next pitch inside, 1-1. By the way, they have decided he didn't reach illegally into the field of play, or it would be an out.
You don't mean to affect the play on the field, but you're so excited that the ball is close to you. I can understand why he did that, what he's thinking.
The 1-1. Check swing on a pitch, and the dirty did go around, 1-2.
But I bet Chris Bassett's upset.
Yeah. Well, for me, I'm not really trying to litigate the intent. I think the fan was just trying to catch a foul ball. Right. I was just wondering if he reached out where he wasn't supposed to.
I thought he did.
I thought he did too. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a foul tip, strike 3. Doesn't matter either way. Bassett strikes out Anderson for a scoreless bottom of the 6th. We go to the 7th. The Blue Jays leading 7-4. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware. the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations, where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
A team's defense is as precious as gold.
Oh, what a catch! A great catch by Dalton Varsho.
Brilliant displays of athleticism, pure talent, instinct, and ability.
And it's caught.
An invaluable defensive presence. He is simply
the best outfielder in baseball.
On Wednesday, May 14th, celebrate this golden honor with the Dalton Varsho Gold Glove bobblehead. Available for the first 15,000 fans in attendance. Your golden chance for tickets awaits at BlueJays.com. Lights up, let's go.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Vladdy with a huge stretch for the double play.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays baseball. Top of the 7th inning, and the Blue Jays are leading the Angels 7-4 in the finale of the series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. It's a new pitcher for the Angels. Right-handed reliever Jose Fermin is into the game. Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. First pitch to Bo Bichette, called a strike, 0-1. In limited action, Fermin with an ERA over 11, a 1. Swing and a foul back. Big hack there by Bichette, who stumbled back after making contact. 0-2.
Jose Fermin, the 6'3", 242-pound, 23-year-old out of Paita, Dominican Republic.
5 appearances for Fermin, 0-2. Outside 1-2. By the way, they just showed Ben Nicholson-Smith of Sportsnet on the television broadcast. I believe a day after a foul ball went into the Sportsnet TV booth, another one got hit to a Sportsnet reporter in the press box by Bo Bichette. 1-2 pitch, spike to the plate, bounced the slider like a cricket bowl way out in front of home. We got a replay. BNS whiffed on the foul ball. I'm not going to lie. 2-2. Swing and a bouncer, foul, wide of the third base bag. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You look like me trying to catch a baseball up there.
Might be a compliment.
Come on, man. That's not a compliment. You've seen me jump out of the way.
BNS, great on at the letters. Maybe not your everyday center field. 2-2. Fouled away again.
Fermin's got a pretty big fastball. 96, 97 so far in this at-bat to Bo Bichette.
He's got a 4-seamer, a 2-seamer, slider as well. 2-2. High ball 3. Blue Jays saw Fermin in the opener. He pitched a scoreless 8th inning with a couple of flyouts and a lineup. Payoff pitch. Fouled back again. Bichette doing a good job here, staying on upper 90s.
You know that heart is racing out there for Fermin, just his 5th ball game in his career.
Another 3-2. Called strike 3 on the inside edge with a slider. Bo Bichette didn't like it. It looked like a strike. It also was a very late strike 3 call, so Bichette had already taken a couple of steps before he was rung up.
Well, it was an ugly pitch. It was a backup slider that just caught the inside part of the black. It was supposed to be away, and again, we've seen so often that those backup sliders, backup curveballs are so tough to pick up, so tough to hit. And I think that's why Bo Bichette is so angry. It was just an ugly pitch.
First pitch to Vlad Guerrero Jr. How about 99 on the outer third, strike 1. 7-4 Blue Jays, top of the 7th inning with 1 out. The 0-1. Bounced, 1 ball, 1 strike. Fermin, part of this ever-changing bullpen for Rod Washington's club. They've cycled through a ton of guys early in the year. 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Most recently, Fermin called up on April 26th. They've had a bunch of different call-ups, DFAs, options since then. 2-1 pitch is a 98-mile-per-hour fastball for a strike, 2-2.
Fermin this year at Double-A. Keep in mind, he was called up from Double-A this season. He had a 1.13 ERA, 6 ball games, 8 innings, 15 strikeouts.
Now he's pitching to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with 1 out. His 2-2. Down and away. Guerrero tracked it across the plate, leaning forward as he watched that slider go past. Full count. You know what Double-A Angels is? Don't look. Did you look?
No, I didn't look. I have no idea.
3-2 from Fermin. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Punches out Vlad with 97. 2 down. It's the Rocket City Trash Pans.
I knew it was something silly. That's why I didn't even try to guess.
Yeah. Raccoon logo Trash Pandas. Two outs, top of the 7th. Bases are empty, 7-4. The Blue Jays leading the Angels. Anthony Santander is up, the switch hitter. He'll bat from the left side against the righty Fermin. Fermin's going to step off. Clock still runs when there's no one on base, so he steps back on. Comes set. And now the pitch. Low ball 1.
I tell you what, if I was Ron Washington, I'd probably give Fermin a little bit longer of a look. Let him try to figure it out. Came into the ball game with an 11.25 ERA, but he's got very, very good stuff. A really live fastball.
1-0. Swing and a miss. You could see after Vladdy struck out, he was talking to Dalton Varsho, and he pointed his finger forward and then angled it up in the kind of a wave motion forward, I think indicating that fastball's got some ride. It's got some jump to it. Not just a hard fastball, but a deceptive one as well. 1-1. Foul back, 1-2.
Generally speaking, I think that when hitters do that, it just means that, hey, this guy's got another gear. His fastball's got another gear. When it hits the dirt, it kind of starts speeding up and rides, just like you said. When you're throwing 98 miles an hour, that's a plus.
Right. The 1-2. Swing and a fly ball. Right field. Adele back on the track. Makes the catch up against the wall to end the inning. 1-2-3-4 Fermin. We go to the 7th inning stretch. 7-4. The Blue Jays over the Angels. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball. Brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Drywall, an essential part of many, many projects. It's important to get it right and start with quality materials. Essentials you'll always find competitively priced at Timber Mart, like CGC, a recognized giant in the drywall industry for over 100 years and leading Canadian manufacturer of gypsum drywall. Well established and reputable, building pros and contractors know CGC, and you get exactly what the best builders trust. That's as sexy as drywall gets. Timber Mart. Timbermart, Canada's building center.
This Tuesday on City TV.
Only one act is going to walk out of here with $1 million.
Shania Twain returns for the Canada's Got Talent live finale.
I was expecting world-class talents, and that's what I got.
The final 8 acts battle it out for your vote. The show-stopping season finale.
I can't wait to see what happens.
Canada's Got Talent, the live finale, Tuesday 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on City TV. Or stream it on City TV Plus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Barrios retires 7 in a row
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
7-4 Blue Jays, bottom 7, and it's still Chris Bassett, the starter on the hill. He enters the 7th on 90 pitches, facing the top of the order. It starts with Zach Neto. Right-hander winds and offers. Called strike. The 7th inning is brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned and genuinely Canadian. 0-1. Check swing pitch inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Last 4 frames have been scoreless for Chris Bassett after giving up 4 runs in the first 2. 1-1 pitch, down and away, 2-1. Should note only 3 of those runs were earned.
Yariel Rodriguez is warming up now in that Blue Jays bullpen. Pitched pretty well in last night's ball game.
He did. The 2-1. Fouled back, 2-2.
But I think if that pitch count starts to creep into 102, 103, 104, that's kind of when you draw the line. That's probably why Rodriguez is getting loose right now.
Two count and the 95th pitch of the day for Chris Bassett. Lined left field base hit. Second hit of the day for Zach Neto, who just keeps on hitting in this series.
It wasn't a bad pitch. It was a sinker in. Alejandro Kirk set up on the black inside. It was maybe a hair away from that black, but still a pretty good pitch. And Zach Neto, as we've talked about so often during this series, just pulls those hands through, gets the barrel to it. Big leadoff base hit for the Angels.
Runner on first, no outs. 7-4 Blue Jays, bottom 7. Pitch to Nolan Shawnuel. High and outside, ball 1. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Tom Young is our technical director. Show Ali, our host and producer, and our Blue Jays Talk host. You can already text him at 590-590. Name and location. 1-0. Outside 2-0. Standard message and data rates do apply. Shawnuel's been a handful today for Chris Bassett. Double in the first, single in the second. He did ground out in the 4th. Still 2 for 3. 2-0 pitch. Called strike. Sinker right on the outside edge of the strike zone. 2-1. This is the deepest Bassett has pitched in a game since April 5th at the New York Mets. His 2-1 is high, 3-1. And in terms of pitches thrown, he just tossed his 98th. His next one will make it that this is the second most pitches he's thrown in a start this year. He threw 106 in his first start of the season. 3-1. Sliced away foul, 3-2.
A big swing from Nolan Shawnuel. Just missed that thing. It wasn't a bad sinker. It started down the middle and took a right turn. Missed the barrel of Shawnuel, but a huge swing from him.
It was that up and away sinker that he hit for a double in the first. Made it his 6th double. He's got a triple and 2 home runs on the year. He is a double play candidate, though. Does not run incredibly well. Runner on first. Nobody out. 3-2. High and outside, ball 4.
I'm wondering if that was Chris Bassett's last batter.
John Schneider is coming out of the dugout, and it will be. They give Bassett the opportunity to pitch in the 7th, but after a single and a walk tying run coming to the plate, and the Blue Jays are about to make a pitching change, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. With the Blue Jays up 7-4 and the tying run coming to the plate for the Angels in the bottom of the 7th, let's go to today's host, Show Ali.
Thanks very much, Ben. Let's check out that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. First in Stanley Cup playoff action, the Edmonton Oilers, right as we get into the scoreboard, just scored again to make it 4-2. I guess the golden ticket tonight for the Oilers is just having these scoreboards on while they're playing. But there you go, Edmonton leading the Vegas Golden Knights 4-2, 2 minutes into the third period. Looks like Evander Kane getting that goal. You can watch the rest of the third period on Sportsnet. The earlier game, Hurricanes at Capitals. Game 2 of that series saw the Capitals bouncing back at home to win 3-1 over the Canes. The series heading back to Raleigh, tied at 1. The PWHL playoffs also in full swing. The Toronto Scepters last night picking up a 3-2 win in Game 1. Blair Turnbull with a goal. Rookie Julia Gosling with a pair of goals. Game 2 will go on Friday, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific in Toronto. Elsewhere, Game 1 for Montreal Ottawa is on tonight. Ottawa also picking up a 3-2 win at the Bell Center. The Charge getting goals from Captain Brianne Jenner, Ashton Bell, and Cheyenne Darkangelo. Game 2 of this series will go on Sunday afternoon. And we were talking about some of the results from around Major League Baseball. Let's get a little more granular. We do have a couple of finals already from within the division. One of them was a 5-0 win for the Red Sox over the Rangers. Boston getting a 5-hit shutout from 5 Red Sox pitchers, including starter Brian Bayo. On offense, Rafael Devers homered and drove in 2 runs. The homer was a solo shot, his 6th of the season, coming into the Green Monster in the 7th inning. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action with the call. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Ready, Yariel Rodriguez is into the game, and as Chris mentioned earlier in this inning, Yariel pitched yesterday for the Blue Jays. He looked really good. He threw an inning and a third, gave up 1 hit, a single, and struck out 2. Otherwise was scoreless, no walks.
Yeah, and as I've said, pretty much in every one of his outings this season, the key to his success is throwing strikes with that fastball. When he has the command of that fastball, he's normally pretty good. If he doesn't, that's when he finds himself and gets himself into trouble.
Came in after a lone walk today from Chris Bassett, who's out after 6+. It's the bottom of the 7th, 2 on, nobody out. Taylor Ward is up. With runners on first and second, Rodriguez looks at second, and the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1. 96 right at the top. You look at a pitch like that, and you can see why Rodriguez was such a prolific reliever in Japan. 4-seamer sinker, slider, splitter for the right-hander from Cuba. 0-1 is 97 at the top, outer edge. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Perfect location, too. They're trying to go up and away, and he threw that pitch up and away. Taylor Ward swings right underneath it.
Ward 1 for 3 today. A homer, also reached on an error. 0-2. 96 up top again. This time Ward lays off. Ball 1.
3 straight fastballs. I don't mind that, especially when you're locating that fastball.
Neto leading off second. Clement, the second baseman, is playing up the middle, holding him close. The 1-2. Check swing on a slider low, appealed at first, and he went around. Strike 3. Looked like Neto thought the same, to be honest, or pardon me, Ward. He had started to turn back to that third base dugout of the Angels already.
We'll get a side view of that. Taylor Ward doesn't like that call, but could have gone either way, one of those ones. But it was a really nice curveball. Started in the strike zone, broke out of the strike zone. A big first out for the Blue Jays.
Still first and second, now 1 out. Pitch to Jorge Soler. Lifted to right center. That's trouble, and it's down for a base hit. Up to third, Neto. Up to second, Shonowell. Bases loaded for the Angels on a bloop.
That was a really tough play. Kind of landed in no man's land out there in front of Anthony Santander. Dalton Varsho was converging on it. And then Ernie Clement couldn't come up with the ball. That's a big break for the Angels in this inning.
sets them up with a huge opportunity. 7-4 for the Blue Jays. 1 out, bases loaded. Representing the go-ahead run, their most prolific hitter this year, Logan O'Hoppe. The pitch. Called strike. Slider over the middle. He gets away with it. 0-1.
And how about that? The biggest thing for Yariel Rodriguez is throwing strike one. He just flips in that slider.
O'Hoppe leading the Angels with 9 homers. 0-1. Slider just missed. 1 ball, 1 strike. O'Hoppe 1 for 3 today. A single his last time up. 1-1 pitch. Hit high, center field. Varsho tracking back. He's under it, tagging at third, Neto. Varsho makes the catch. Neto races home. It's a sac fly as Shotwell tags from second and goes to third as well. So now 7-5 for the Blue Jays over the Angels. Runners on the corners for LA with 2 outs.
A really heads-up play from Dalton Varsho out there in center field. He caught that baseball. Everybody was tagging. The runner on second went to third. And keep in mind that runner at first is the tying run. Dalton Varsho knows that. He realizes that. And he threw that baseball to second base, keeping that runner at first base out of scoring position.
That's the 2024 Gold Glover in center field, Dalton Varsho. Trying to help the Blue Jays protect this lead. 7-5 now, Toronto. First and third, 2 outs. Switch hitter Yoan Moncada bats from the left side. Rodriguez offers. Down and in, ball 1. Homers in each of the first 2 games of the series for Moncada. He's 0 for 3 today, 2 strikeouts. 1-0. Bounced foul, and it got the leg or maybe right near the waist of the home plate umpire, Tom Hanahan, who doubled over for a moment, but is now just taking a walk.
Looked like he got him right in the belly.
Ooh. Oh, it did?
Yeah. He's got padding there, I think. Doesn't he?
Well, yeah, he's got the chest. Full chest padding.
What about the shield? Remember when they used to have that?
I like the shield. Yeah, no one uses the shield anymore. The 1-1. Swing. No, a check swing on a pitch. Low appeal to third. He did go. Says Edwin Moscoso, so it's 1-2.
Moncada doesn't like that call, but another good slider from Yariel Rodriguez. He has a really good feel for it tonight.
Shotwell on third. Soler on first. 1 run in the inning for the Angels. 2 outs. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. He got him on a splitter. Fist pump from Rodriguez, who limits the damage after coming in with first and second. Nobody out. Only 1 run scores. The Blue Jays lead 7-5, headed to the 8th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The drama builds.
Baseball's in full swing.
This ball's gone!
Hear every MLB game on Sirius XM.
And they'll be talking about this one for a long, long time.
Listen to your favorite team all season long with your hometown announcers on the Sirius XM app.
A breathtaking home run by Aaron Judge.
For a complete MLB schedule, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
What a night.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio, every night on Sirius XM Channel 89 and every morning on the Sirius XM app.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you dominate. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
Electric needs able electricians.
Grocery store wants charging stations too.
And fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/claim now and get $100 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
0-2 swing and a miss, strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. 7-5 Blue Jays. Connor Brogdon into the game. Misses outside to George Springer to start the 8th. 1-0. New pitcher for the Angels, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Next pitch in the zone, 1-1. Springer 0 for 1, 3 walks. Pitch inside, 2-1. He's also scored 3 times. Two-1. Downstairs with a changeup from Brogdon. 3 balls, 1 strike.
And George Springer is having another great at-bat. Like you mentioned, 3 walks. Seeing the ball really well. Not swinging at tough pitches.
3-1 fastball in there. Springer started to walk to first, but that definitely got the zone near the bottom. Called strike, 3-2.
Probably should have swung at that one.
Happens. Lanky righties 3-2. Swing and a grounder foul. Second end in a row that the Blue Jays see Connor Brogdon. He pitched the 8th inning yesterday, gave up 2 hits, but got a 5-3 double play to make it a scoreless inning. 1 appearance for the Dodgers and a bunch of appearances for the Phillies in Brogdon's career. 3-2 is fouled off to the right. That time he did let it go. George Springer on a fastball near the knees. He unleashed the swing and pounded it away foul.
Brogdon's a tall drink of water, huh? 6'6", 200 pounds.
Pretty much all legs. 3-2. Called strike 3. 95 at the knees, gets Springer. 1 down.
That is a great pitch, down and away, just clips that strike zone. And George Springer frustrated. I'm sure he's frustrated, not at the call, but just the fact that he didn't try to foul that baseball off. What a pitch from Brogdon.
So 1 out in the top of the 8th. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. First pitch inside to Dalton Varsho, ball 1. Very nice day today for Dalton Varsho. Double, then knocked in a run, a single, and then a sac fly, so he's got 2 RBIs. Takes the 1-0 low, 2-0. Left-handed hitter, just barely closed in his stance. 2-0. Swing and a miss. Good changeup from Brogdon, 2-1. Varsho waving the bat above his left shoulder. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a hot shot foul. Hit on a line wide of the first base bag. 2-2. Seven runs for the Blue Jays today on 12 hits. 5 so far for the Angels on 9. 2-2 pitch. Fouled back.
Another close ball game.
And for both these teams, these games are important despite how early it is in the year. Blue Jays 16-20, Angels 15-20, and you want to hang around or work your way back to 500 before it's too late. 2-2. High and outside, ball 3.
And it's especially important for the Blue Jays with how the other guys or the other teams in the AL East have been playing recently. There's a real opportunity there to succeed.
3-2. Swing and a high fly ball. Deep right field. Way back and gone. Third of the year, Dalton Varsho, a solo shot to reestablish the 3-run lead for the Blue Jays. It's 8-5.
Well, how about that? Connor Brogdon tried to flip in a 3-2 changeup. Dalton Varsho was ready for it, sat back, and hammered that thing for a big run in this ball game. What a swing.
He's only played 7 games. He's wearing the jacket for a 3rd time. And the Blue Jays have matched their best run total of the season, scoring their 8th run. First pitch to Alejandro Kirk, called a strike, 0-1. Well, you mentioned the other teams in the AL East. You didn't even know this, but we're about to do the Bet365 standings. So great segue from you. First, though, the 0-1. Swing and a pop-up. Foul right side out of play. Standings brought to you by Bet365. With Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games. Build your own bet. You can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. Yeah, the Orioles losing and the Rays losing today. The Red Sox did win. Next pitch to Kirk is shot out to left field, but right at Taylor Ward on a line. That's a loud out. So the Yankees off today, remain 21-16 at the top, with the Red Sox winning to go above 500, 20-19, 2 games back. Blue Jays are in 3rd, 16-20, 4.5 back of the division lead. The Rays are 16-21, 5 back. And then the Orioles, a shocking 13-23, 7.5 back of the division. Only team with a lesser record than the Orioles in the American League is the Chicago White Sox. First pitch to Addison Barger, called a strike, 0-1.
Nobody would have guessed that.
No. I think there were a lot of people's pick to win the division. Still could, but it's not trending that way. 0-1. Downstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike. A lot of people also picked 3 teams. Some even had 4 from the AL East making the playoffs this year. And again, it is still relatively early, but it is not trending that way either. Swing and a miss on the 1-1, and Brogdon ahead of Barger, 1-2. 8-5 Blue Jays, 2 outs, bases empty, top of the 8th inning. 1-2. Outside. Barger 1 for 3. He had a walk in the 3rd and an RBI single in the 5th. 2-2. Hits that ball out to left field. Another liner hit right at Taylor Ward, who makes the catch without moving much at all, but the Blue Jays do get 1 in this inning. It's a home run from Dalton Varsho, his 3rd of the season, and Toronto is up 8-5, middle of the 8th inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations, where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep, because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
This Tuesday on City TV.
Only one act is going to walk out of here with $1 million.
Shania Twain returns for the Canada's Got Talent live finale.
I was expecting world-class talents, and that's what I got.
The final 8 acts battle it out for your vote. The show-stopping season finale.
I can't wait to see what happens.
Canada's Got Talent, the live finale, Tuesday 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on City TV. Or stream it on City TV Plus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Another screaming flex from Hoffman.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom 8, still Yariel Rodriguez for the Blue Jays. 8-5 Toronto. First pitch to Kyron Paris, a big swing and a pop-up back foul, 0-1. Big nods from Alejandro Kirk after that first pitch was delivered. Yariel Rodriguez finding a way to locate right at the top of the zone with his fastball so far in this appearance. Got all 3 outs in the 7th inning, allowing 1 hit. And now the 0-1. Called strike. Up and in with the heater, but caught the zone. 0-2.
14 pitches so far in this outing for Yariel Rodriguez. 11 strikes. Mason Fluharty now getting loose in that bullpen out there in left field.
Oh-2. Slider misses outside.
They're trying to bounce that. You can see Alejandro Kirk tapping the dirt with that glove. Missed out in a way, but good try.
Better to miss out there than over the plate. 1-2. Check swing on a slider outside. Appeal down to first base. No swing. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Paris, Adele Anderson, bottom third of the order, due up for the Angels. 2-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Tripled up on the slider, and he strikes out Paris for the first out.
The 2 sliders before that were just normal sliders, kind of over the top. That one he dropped down a little bit, as we've seen so often this season. And gets Paris to swing and miss on that slider.
One out, bottom 8. Joe Adell is up. He's homered twice in this series. The pitch. Swing and a high fly ball. Slicing toward foul territory. Right field line. Slide from Santander. Gets down just in between him and the side retaining wall. Santander was rolling around, but he's left. And he was just messing with Vladdy, who helps him up with the help of Ernie Clement. You know who didn't find that joke funny? Head athletic trainer, Jose Ministro.
That could have been dangerous over there. Everybody's all smiles now, but that's a scary situation if you're John Schneider watching that play unfold.
It's been an eventful day in right for Santander. Leaping catch. He flipped over the sidewall into the seats. Come up with some big hits at the plate as well. A 1. Fastball popped up, back behind the plate, foul out of play. 0-2. Joe Adell has been unlucky today. He homered, then it was that leaping Santander catch to get him out, and then that bare hand play by Ernie Clement up the middle to get him out. He could easily be 3 for 3. 0-2 pitch outside, ball 1. Bearded right-handed hitter Adell, knees bent in his stance, stands a little off the plate. Now he'll ask for time. It's granted by Tom Hanahan.
Yariel Rodriguez has thrown 20 pitches in this ball game, and I'm wondering if Jeff Hoffman is down. We don't know if he's down or not, but if he is, does Yariel Rodriguez come back out for the 9th inning?
1-2. Check swing, pitch outside, appeal down to first, no swing. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kirk popped up. He really thought they had it with an emphatic point down to first, but Adell stays alive.
He's also a pretty good actor back there, though.
He's got to be.
And he did go. We just saw the side view. That's a tough call. You could see why he was so excited about that half swing.
2-2. Fastball fouled back. Went about a ball and a half above the zone, and Adell just got a piece of it, hitting it into the backstop. Your point, though, with Hoffman, he's pitched back-to-back days. He's coming off a tough outing. He hasn't gone 3 in a row this year at any point. I'd be surprised if he's available. You also have Jimmy Garcia through 24 on Tuesday and 32 on Saturday. I'm not sure he'd be available. 2-2. Called. Strike 3. Splitter at the knees. 4th strikeout for Rodriguez in 6 batters face.
And the reason why I'm saying that, do you bring him back out for the 9th inning, is because he's looked so good. Why not just keep riding him? And like you said, it's probably important to get those guys some days off, or at least some time off here. What a pitch.
2 outs. Tim Anderson up, bottom 8. The pitch. Outside, ball 1. Now, he did just throw his 24th. Rodriguez not stretched out as much as he was before. I think it's a possibility. You do also have options like a Chad Green. 1-0. Swing and a foul back by Tim Anderson, 1-1.
All right, so let's say he gets out of this inning on the next pitch. Do you bring him back out for the ninth?
I don't know. I'm not getting paid to manage. How about you?
I would, yes. Yeah. You know my view.
In fairness. I don't know. You could go a lot of different ways with it, I think. 1-1. Fouled back 1-2.
The good thing is you don't have to make that call because he didn't get out of the inning on that next pitch.
It's tough, though. I could see the argument for it. At the same time, Chris Bassett was cruising on 90 pitches. They brought him out for the 7th inning. He gave up a hit and a walk, and that ended up contributing to 1 run for the Angels. 2 out, space is empty, the 1-2. Called a ball. That had the top of the zone. It was a backup slider. Often gets called a ball even when it hits the zone. But that was a strike.
I think Tim Anderson was waiting for that call, too.
Well, he's been around a while, so he's got a good idea of the zone. Anderson, 2-time All-Star with the White Sox. 2-2. Backup slider foul back. Well, I don't know what I would do. I'm going to guess that Rodriguez would not pitch the 9th.
I think he's thrown too many pitches now.
Here's his 29th pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He's looked good doing it, though. Yariel Rodriguez pitches 2 scoreless frames, punches out 5, including striking out the side in the bottom of the 8th inning. 8-5 Blue Jays. We're going to the 9th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Stanley Cup playoffs are on Sirius XM.
They score! And Ovechkin got it! His first overtime game winner!
Hear every game, including the hometown broadcasts on the Sirius XM app.
Walker moving in, far side shot, stopped by Hellebuck, and Hellebuck made a dynamite save.
For a complete schedule, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Back at the goal, centering back, they score! Austin Matthews!
And check out the daily discussion on NHL Network Radio, Channel 91 in the car, and on the Sirius XM app.
Baseball is back. It's former general manager Jim Duquette, and every Sunday on the front office, we have you covered on everything happening across Major League Baseball.
That's right, Duke. It's former big league GM Jim Bowden. Injuries, extensions, promotions, demotions, and trades. We'll have you covered on all the news.
We'll bring you the front office perspective as the season heats up.
Front office with Jim Duquette and Jim Bowden, Sundays at 10 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the Sirius XM app.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
To jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on Sirius XM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on Sirius XM or streaming anytime on the Sirius XM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Blue Jays fans, after this game, get back to what's really important. Your fantasy football team. We're talking about it right now on Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and the Sirius XM app.
Connor Brogdon back out for the Angels, top of the 9th. His first pitch to Ernie Clement, hit right back up the middle on a line. A base hit into center field. Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. And a nice start to the top of the 9th for the Blue Jays, who are already leading 8-5.
How about Ernie Clement, 3 for 5 tonight? Another really good hit, a good line drive right back up the middle.
Big offensive night overall for the Blue Jays. 8 runs on 14 hits. But they'd love to add on more after blowing leads in the 8th inning or later last couple nights. Clement takes off on the first pitch to Nathan Lucas. Throw down to second, and Ernie Clement came off the bag on the slide. He is tagged out. I think he beat the throw out anyway. His foot just came off the bag. The Blue Jays, though, are going to take a look at this, and they're going to let it roll. So that's a caught steal.
Were they looking at whether Neto pushed him off the bag? Is that what they were looking at? Because he very clearly came off the bag.
Yeah, I don't think so. I'm really not sure what they were looking at. That was pretty clear out. Ernie Clement caught stealing. That erases the leadoff single. 1 out and 1 strike on Lucas. Next pitch, outside, 1-1. Well, a lot going on in the first 3 pitches of this inning. Base hit, stolen base attempt to caught stealing. Brogdon's 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Two-one pitch. Swing and a fly ball, center field. Backpedaling Paris, twisting and turning. Backpedaling still onto the track, makes the catch. 2 outs.
Paris was all over the place, twisting all over the place, finally catching that baseball out near that wall in center field.
Splits his time between infield and outfield. Angels without Mike Trout, but he's no longer their center field. He plays a lot of right field now, in addition to DHing. Although, unfortunately, on the injured list right now. Pitch to Bo Bichette, swing and a miss, strike 1.
It also looks like John Schneider has answered my question. Chad Green is warming up in that bullpen right now.
And as you said at the end of the inning, Yariel already up to 30 pitches. That was probably too many. A 1 pitch to Bichette, called a strike, 0-2. Well, 2 outs and 2 strikes. So time to let you know the 9th inning is brought to you by new pizza from Pizza Pizza. Get a huge 18-inch double XL 3-topping pizza for just $19.99. Bigger slices, bigger bites, only at Pizza Pizza. Actually Canadian. 0-2 pitch fouled off. Still 0-2. Bichette playing at the ballpark where his father debuted in the late 80s with the California Angels. Has a hit and a walk today. 0-2. Popped up. First base side foul. Hoppy tracking it. So is Shawnuel. Shawnuel leans into the camera well near the first base dugout, but it'll drop in. It was out of his reach. Still 0-2.
The more you say California Angels, the more I think it's cool.
It is cool.
I think that's a very cool name.
Dante Bichette was a draft pick of the California Angels. Played parts of 1988 to 1990 with the Angels. 90 was when he really broke out as a full-time major leaguer, hitting 15 home runs. 0-2. Fouled back. Dante would go on to play for Milwaukee and then best known for his 7 years and 4 All-Star appearances with the Colorado Rockies. Finished up with Cincinnati and then Boston. Another 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Scoreless frame for Brogdon after the leadoff single allowed. Caught stealing and a fly out and a strikeout. So we go to the bottom of the 9th. The Blue Jays leading 8-5. Chad Green is coming on next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet radio network.
A team's defense is as precious as gold.
Oh, what a catch! A great catch by Dalton Varsho.
Brilliant displays of athleticism, pure talent, instinct, and ability.
And it's caught!
An invaluable defensive presence. He is simply
the best outfielder in baseball.
On Wednesday, May 14th, celebrate this golden honor with the Dalton Varsho Gold Glove bobblehead. Available for the first 15,000 fans in attendance. Your golden chance for tickets awaits at BlueJays.com. Lights up, let's go.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
George Springer has given the Blue Jays the lead once again.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Adley with you. The Blue Jays lead the Angels 8-5 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning out west. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk tonight. It's a solo edition of the post-game show for me. You can reach me via the text line this evening, 590-590, name and location. That is the People's text line. And as you guys know, you know the drill. It is always open. Blue Jays Baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. The Blue Jays lead the Angels 8-5 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning at Angel Stadium. With the call, here's Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. New pitcher is Chad Green. He is looking for his first save of the year after saving a career-high 17 for Toronto last season. 8-5 Blue Jays. Top of the order for the Angels. The pitch to Zach Neto is popped up. First base side foul. Kirk is tracking it, as is Vladdy, but that one is well out of play, 0-1. Couple defensive switches for the Blue Jays as well. Toronto takes Anthony Santander out of the game, inserts Miles Straw in, but Straw will go to left. Lucas moves from left to right to cover for Santander. Green's 0-1. Fastball in there, 0-2. Coming right after Zach Neto with the first two pitches.
It's almost like Zach Neto was expecting a slider there.
He faced 7 straight of them in an at-bat against Green a couple days ago. Now Neto's going to ask for time and think it over before the 0-2. And in fairness to Green, he struck out Neto swinging with the unconventional approach.
Neto's probably thinking, there's no way he throws me another fastball here.
Those are the two for Chad Green. Four-seamer and slider. 0-2. Fastball up top. Did he go? He did. Zach Neto strikes out swinging on a pitch way above the zone, and there's one out.
Well, that tells me that Neto's expecting something other than a fastball there. Swings at that fastball way above the strike zone. Alejandro Kirk nodding his head, loving that pitch. A big first out for the Blue Jays.
Neto didn't wait around for the appeal. He knew he went, and he walked back to the dugout. One down. Nolan Shotwell is up. The pitch. Inside, brushes him back off the plate with a fastball near the waistline. 1-0. Green kicks and offers. 95 down the middle to even the count at 1-1.
He's not messing around. Up 3, you just pound the strike zone. That's really all you're supposed to do.
Can't hit a 3-run homer with no one on base. 1-1. Fouled back somehow. Shotwell got to 96, almost on his hands, and he fought it away to the left. th appearance for Green this season. 3.86 ERA and 16 1/3. 28 saves career, 17 last year. One, 2. Fastball up and away, 2-2.
He really isn't messing around, huh?
Heaters.
Just fastballs, trying to fill it up.
Two. Slider. Called strike 3. Shotwell stunned. It was a late call, but it was also a great pitch that clearly caught the outside corner.
Yeah, that was a weird one. A little bit late from home plate umpire Tom Hanahan. Nolan Shotwell didn't like that call, but that's a really good pitch down and away right on the corner.
I don't blame Shotwell for the reaction because it was so late, but it was definitely a strike. 2 down. The pitch to Taylor Ward. Swinging a fly ball, center field. Varsho near the warning track, underneath it, makes the catch, and finally the Blue Jays hold on to a lead and win a game here in Anaheim. 8-5, the final score.
A gigantic win for the Toronto Blue Jays. Obviously, after last night's loss, this game becomes almost must win. A lot of good performances. The Blue Jays came through with the bases loaded twice in this ball game, and then of course Yariel Rodriguez with 2 big innings in this inning. A big win for the Blue Jays.
Blue Jays win 8-5. We're going to take a quick step aside. When we come back, we'll wrap it up and get you over to a winning edition of Blue Jays Talk. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Of all the things that Timber Mart can lend a hand to build, community ranks among the most important. And with the Timber Mart Local Leaders Initiative, we strive to recognize those dedicated to making their hometowns a better place to live, work, and play. From now to June 25th, you can vote to select our grand prize winner. They'll receive a $10,000 grant to support their outstanding initiative as Timber Mart's Local Leader of the Year. To vote, visit local-leaders.com.
Timbermark, Canada's building center.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch three-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
A drive to deep center field. Trout at the wall and watches it sail.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
8-5, the Blue Jays win today over the Los Angeles Angels, taking the last game of this series. Welcome back to Blue Jays baseball. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. And Chris, no doubt this is one of the premier offensive performances of the season for the Blue Jays. They match a season high with 8 runs. They come up with 14 hits in the game, and they do all that after falling into an early 4-0 hole. This is a performance like we haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, it was really impressive. Even in the first inning, they got 3 quick hits. They had the bases loaded. Unfortunately, they didn't come through with a run there, and you kind of think, uh-oh, here we go again. But they had 2 more opportunities later on in the ball game to come up with bases loaded hits. They did just that. They score 8 runs, a lot of big base hits in this inning, or in this game, sorry. Dalton Varsho comes up with a big home run, but you have to tip your cap to this offense. They grinded through a tough couple of games. I'm sure they looked themselves in the mirror at some point over the last 24 hours, and they really figured it out.
And they bailed out a starter in Chris Bassett. Not something that the Blue Jays have done that much this year. Bassett had some struggles, allowed 4 earned runs, 5 runs total in 6+ innings. He pitched into the 7th, but did not record an out in the 7th inning. You also mentioned the early miscues with runners in scoring position when they had bases loaded, nobody out. They ended up 6 for 15 in the game, a 400 average with runners in scoring position to help them. And they also had a long ball in the game, Dalton Varsho's 3rd of the year. Look, it's going to be discussed in a moment. I don't think either of us, certainly don't think the people calling and texting in to Show Ali, are going to take this as a good series for the Blue Jays. They wanted to win this series, expected to. But I have to imagine when you're getting on a plane, when you're waking up tomorrow and getting ready to play Seattle, taking 1 makes a big difference over getting swept, at least morale-wise.
Oh, absolutely. I think this changes everything. And obviously we know that the baseball season is so long that having just 1 win changes the outlook of a road trip. And the Blue Jays, unfortunately, come into Seattle against a very, very good Seattle Mariners team. They're on a hot streak right now, so it's good that they get this win. The confidence is up, and hopefully they can play 3 good ball games in Seattle.
Blue Jays win 8-5. 8 runs on 14 hits, 2 errors, 11 left. 5 runs for the Angels, 9 hits, 1 error, 7 left. The win for Chris Bassett, he's 3-2. The loss in relief goes to Ryan Johnson, who is 1-1. First save of the year for Chad Green, who retired the Angels in order in the 9th, including a pair of strikeouts on a day that they did not have, we think, Jeff Hoffman available. 2 hours and 51 minutes. This one took in front of just over 26,000 fans in Anaheim, California, and the Blue Jays defeat the Angels 8-5, the final score. We'll be back with another 9:40 Eastern, 6:40 Pacific first pitch as the Blue Jays open up their series against the Seattle Mariners tomorrow. Marquee pitching matchup, Kevin Gausman takes on Luis Castillo. We will see you then. Appreciate you tuning in now. For Tom Young, our technical director, Show Ali, our host and producer, and my partner, Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Have a great rest of your night. And these are words that I imagine at least our upcoming host has been waiting to hear for a little bit. Time for a winning edition of Blue Jays Talk with Show Ali. It starts right now.
At least for 1 game, they defeat their arch nemesis, otherwise known as the 9th inning, to improve to 17-20 on the season. You're listening to Jays Talk, Show Ali with you. We're live on the Sportsnet Radio Network. We're also streaming on sportsnet.ca and on the Sportsnet app. As we've said before, the rest of the games this week, and this will be true tomorrow and Saturday as well, Friday, Saturday, depending on where you're listening, because the Stanley Cup playoffs are in full swing and it's late and everyone's pretty busy. It is once more just Tom Young and myself here at Baseball Control. So that's just my primary rule. Now, that is not the same thing as overlooking flaws when they rear their ugly head. It's not being positive for the sake of being positive. It's not accepting some of the things we've seen for a good chunk of the season. But I don't know about you guys. After 4 really ugly losses in a row, 2 of them coming like well after midnight here on the East Coast, I am just happy they won this game. Like, honestly, for my own mental health, and I'm guessing that applies to some, if not most of you guys as well. Having said that, I don't know about you guys. I definitely thought we were in for, quote unquote, another one of like those games after the first inning, because it really felt like the entire season was about to be encapsulated in like 10 to 15 minutes. That was the first inning, right? Top of the first, Jays get 3 hits in Jose Soriano's first 4 pitches of the ball game, and the next 3 straight batters, 3 straight strikeouts to strand the bases loaded. And then the bottom of the first inning, Taylor Ward comes up and jacks a 2-run bomb in the Angels' first 3 batters of the game. Like, that's the story of the entire season in about 1 inning. But hey, you know what? I'll give them some credit. After not doing a whole lot in this game, which also included a line-out double play at one point with runners in the corners and nobody out, the Jays actually managed to bat around in the 6th. That sounds so alien to say. Nathan Lucas starts and ends the inning, and in between, the Jays score 4 runs. I won't lie to you guys. Like, that early inning definitely scarred me a little bit. I mean, I was afraid we were only going to get to see collectively 1 run or 2 runs max in the 6th, but Santander heating up a little bit, a 2-run single for him, an RBI sac fly for Varsho, who we'll get to, and then like a truly weird play where Barger walks out and he gets out to first base, knocks the ball out of Sean O'Well's hands at the bag. Probably like not the greatest throw from Logan O'Hoppe that you'll ever seen. The ball kind of looked like it tailed. Like, that wasn't a straight throw, and throws rarely are, but it kind of tailed towards Barger and towards the bag. And then Barger, I think it was his shoulder, and he's a big, strong dude, knocks it right out of the glove. And then Springer scores from third base after the ball skips into the shallow outfield. So, there's some luck involved certainly on that play, no doubt about it. But I mean, you'll take it, I guess, right? Now, again, can you count on those kinds of plays happening in the biggest moments against, let's face it, better teams? Probably not. So I think you take a lot of that result certainly with a grain of salt, and that leads back to what we were talking about not like overlooking things just because they won. But I don't know. I think you can certainly be happy that the team won, because let's face it, we haven't experienced a lot of Blue Jays wins in the last week, but certainly over the course of the season, I think you certainly expected more. 590, name and location. Let's check out the text line. There's no name on this one, but it just says, I'm just happy Show gets to talk about a win for a change. Me too, pal. Honestly, me too. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I bet it's a little bit more palatable for anyone to tune in when they win. So again, I'm happy not just for myself, but for all of us. Let's see. Brent Castle in Alliston, Ontario. Brent saying, feels like this game should have been a laugher if only they broke it open in the first. That would make me feel better and forget the losses. I mean, I think it would have made me feel a little bit better, right? I mean, I'm just glad they did turn it around somewhat. And again, you do need more consistent ABs. Now, Jose Soriano, for a young guy, is pretty good, all things considered. He might be one of the lone on an Angels team that's really scuffling themselves, despite the last 2 games prior to tonight. He's probably has been one of the better-ish stories for a team that started hot and then faded a little bit. So, he's all right. But again, I think you gotta take these results again with a grain of salt, but you can still enjoy them if you can. Nicole in Ottawa. Hey, Show, I'm glad I don't have to go to bed upset tonight. It's nice when everyone does their job. Yeah, I agree. And Nicole had texted in earlier in the series about how Los Angeles is one of the worst teams in the league and the Jays were expected to sweep them. And here you are, you being me, here we are talking about the Blue Jays just barely getting out of Los Angeles, having avoided a sweep. So again, I'm not saying there's anything to write home about, but again, like I think it does, if only a little bit, at least for me, change the vibes heading into a 3-game series against the Seattle Mariners, who have been hot as of late. Right, I think they've encountered some injuries on their pitching staff as well. We talked about this the last time the Blue Jays played the Mariners not that long ago, but Luis Castillo has not been exactly the guy who came into Toronto during the wildcard series back in 2022 and shoved. Right, we're not really talking about the same guys, and yet they still have managed to string together some wins here. So I think going into that series with a win can be momentum building. And it's funny, I've spoken about this with Blair before, both on and off the air, but I know he's not a big believer in momentum, but I think you can take advantage of this to a certain extent. Now, again, and there's a text here, let's see, there's a text here from, who's this? Oh, Shane in Brockville. Show, we batted around the worst bullpen in baseball. Stop with the positivity. I don't know, like they won this game, right? Like you're not wrong that is true, right? And again, I think with Dalton Varsho, who I want to get to in a sec here, but with Dalton Varsho, you consider moving him around the order a little bit, especially with Jimenez not being there. You want to see these guys do it against better teams like the Mariners, for example. And I mean, the Rays have been a little rough lately, although they were playing the Phillies in this past series. All I'm saying is that you can accept that this team needs to be better while also enjoying a win. Both of those things can be true, right? You know, it's not such a black and white thing. 590 name and location. There's a text here from, let's see, Jordan in New Westminster. And, here we go. This is about Varsho. Would you move Dalton Varsho into the leadoff spot? He is hitting pretty well since coming back into the lineup, and he would lengthen the lineup by pushing Bo, Vladdy, and Santander down one spot each. And yeah, Varsho launching his 3rd home run of the season. He was 3 for 4 at the plate tonight. I believe he had 3 total RBI. So it's definitely good to see him play well. He's just a fascinating player to watch, right, Jordan? Because entering play tonight, so prior to tonight's game, he had 21 plate appearances, 18 ABs, and he had 3 hits. 3 hits and 21 plate appearances entering play tonight. Now, 2 of those 3 hits were home runs. And he had 3 walks, of course. 18 at bats, 21 plate appearances. The numbers would bear that out. But despite the credible power threat that he is, there was something to be desired out of what you saw. But maybe that is something Varsho can build on, right? Because I think coming into tonight, I think his batting average was, if you're hitting 3 for 18 with 3 walks or 3 hits and 21 plate appearances, however you look at that, that's a batting average, I think, below 200. So I gotta think you want to see him be a little more consistent before you move him up. But I do think of the options you discuss, and Jordan laid out Bo, Vladdy, and Santander, of those options. And I know Shane has texted in before, Shane from Brockville, about having Vladdy hit where he has been the most productive in the lineup, which is batting 3rd, right? So if that's the case, and hey, if Santander is heating up as well, these are 3 straight games now in which Santander has had runs batted in. So I don't know, maybe that's something you consider. Because again, of the other options, like without Jimenez, who I think you could have made that option for in terms of batting at the top of the order, Will Wagner was another option there. Alan Roden was an option there. And Wagner and Roden are both in the minors right now. So yeah, if you feel that Bo should be batting 2, Vladdy 3, Santander 4, and then Springer 5, I think you can get away with that. Or in theory, you could have Springer bat 1, Bo 2, Vladdy 3, Santander 4, Varsho keeps batting 5th when he's in the lineup, right, above Kirk, which I think makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's after you win a game, we'll see with that ties the most runs they've scored in a single season, despite the opponent. I do wonder if they're going to be willing to make any changes. But again, it obviously matters who the opposing pitcher is when it comes to the Mariners tomorrow and for the rest of the series. But again, that's not a change I would hate, truly, Jordan. So I do appreciate the text. 590, name and location. Max in East York. Show In God We Trust. Rodriguez. Finally, Schneider made a bullpen change that created confidence for bullpen arms. Yariel Rodriguez, and we'll talk about Chris Bassett too, but Yariel Rodriguez, I was pretty impressed with tonight, right? He comes into the 7th with 2 on and nobody out, and he limits the damage to an RBI sac fly, so he does let in a run. That is, I suppose, charged to Chris Bassett anyways, but I thought he looked pretty good, all things considered, right? He filled up the strike zone with the fastball slider. He threw a handful of splitters in his handful of pitches tonight. The fastball looked very lively. Some movement on it, right? Average 96.2 miles an hour, got up to around 98 miles an hour, just a smidge under 98 miles an hour. The slider was very well placed. I actually thought on that Tim Anderson AB, and maybe some other pitches right before, but especially on the Tim Anderson AB, he got hosed a little bit, right? I mean, he threw, and it was a backup slider, which often gets called the ball, as Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue were talking about on the radio broadcast. But at the same time, I mean, that was a pitch that hit the strike zone, right? It was almost entirely in the strike zone. It was on the edge, and I know those things are often 50-50, but gosh, he looked really good. 5 strikeouts and struck out the side in the bottom of the 8th inning. So I do wonder if he gets some slightly higher leverage spots going forward, like if only to manage the innings pitched for Jeff Hoffman, Jimmy Garcia, Brendan Little, and Mason Fluharty. Because, I mean, like we talked about this a million times, they're only there are only so many times you can roll out one of those 4 guys before things start to go pear-shaped, right? And I mean, that's exactly what happened. Not only in the last 2 games, but certainly in the last 4 games, dating back to the Schneemann Grand Slam off Jimmy Garcia in Toronto versus the Cleveland Guardians on Saturday. So, yeah, I don't know. I thought there was a chance he might get, I think Q from Winnipeg had texted in during the game, please do send back Yariel Rodriguez out. And I admit with Chad Green coming in, I'm not worried necessarily, but given the results for Green and for the bullpen at large, you know, I maybe exhaled a little shakily towards the end of that game. But, I mean, look, Y-Rod probably in the end just threw too many pitches to see him come back out again. But I also understand not pushing him too hard, knowing you want to try and use Y-Rod to manage the innings pitch for these relievers come probably multiple points in the Seattle series. Chad Green, too, is an interesting player because, and again, things did not go pear-shaped for Chad Green tonight, which is definitely positive. But Chad Green, like some of the underlying metrics for Green have been really fascinating because a lot of the underlying metrics would suggest velo-wise, location-wise, stuff-wise, just in terms of like breaking stuff, it's all declined a smidge since he returned from injury a couple of years ago, right? And now that's understandable. The guy had a pretty serious arm injury, underwent surgery, and I understand he's been on the team for a couple of years, so that's well in the rear view. But since then, things have dipped. And I just figured last year when he was pitching, you know, using air quotes, like out of position because the bullpen had not been augmented. Not only was it not augmented, it was actually like they'd subtracted from the bullpen because of the trade deadline and where the team was. I kind of thought to myself, all right, like he's pitching in spots where he maybe usually wouldn't pitch in. So maybe you can excuse it to a certain extent, but it's still something to monitor. It's still kind of been the case this year. So again, something to monitor going forward for Chad Green. Having said that, there probably are not going to be too many scenarios in which Chad Green is closing down games over, you know, Hoffman and Garcia, for example, right? So something to monitor going forward. But 590-590, name and location. Still a lot of text here on the text line, the People's text line, always open. So let's take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll go back to the text line and we'll chat a little bit about Chris Bassett. Also get some of that Andres Jimenez news because Ben Nicholson-Smith had an interesting tweet from the pregame, from well before this game even started earlier, I guess on Thursday evening. So we'll chat about BNS's tweet vis-a-vis Andres Jimenez, and we'll get into Chris Bassett as well. More of your text, 590-590, name and location on the other side. You're listening to Blue Jays Talk. I'm Show Ali. We're back in a flash on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Lights up, let's go to Junior J Sundays. It's family fun throughout the ballpark with games and activities that your squad will never forget.
Feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
Tonight on Sportsnet.
There is absolutely nothing like the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Hockey Central gets you ready. Then,
The Leafs have a 2-0 lead in this battle of the Atlantic.
Toronto goes for a series stranglehold in Florida. And a red-hot star took control in the opener.
Nico Rantanen has the natural hat trick.
Can the Jets get even in Game 2?
They'll never give up.
The Stanley Cup playoffs. Watch on Sportsnet. Stream on Sportsnet Plus.
Timber Mart. Locally owned, proudly Canadian. Your home team advantage with the right materials and the right price. Project know-how that's brought together a wealth of plans and solid advice. Trust your team at your locally owned Timber Mart. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Centre. Visit timbermart.ca.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch three-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Go to pizzapizza.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Sprinting back, Varsho curling at the track. He leaps, and he made the catch!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Talk. Show Ali here with you on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here for another 10 minutes or so. Still some time to get your text in at 590-590. Name and location. Still lots of text we haven't gotten to. So we will get to all of your texts, or as many of them as possible, in the next 10 minutes or so. But before we do that, let's check out the Bet365 standings update. At Bet365, you can... Well, you know what? I lost the read here. Here we go. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. You think I would know what it is by now. It's not like I've only read it a billion times. But anyways, we got it in there. Let's check the Bet365 standings update. And of course, because it is late, let's get to all of the finals from across the American League East. The Twins and the Baltimore Orioles, their fifth straight loss, a 5-2 win for the Twins. It took 5 pitchers, but game like 2 or 3-0. They blow the lead to the Rays. The Rays are up 5-4, top of the 9th inning. This is a home game for the Rays at Steinbrenner Field in Florida. The Phillies tie the game. It goes to extras. And then I believe Brandon Marsh and Trey Turner both getting extra inning runs. They win this game 7-6. Danny Jansen actually had an RBI single at the bottom of the 10th inning, but that was as far as they would get. And the Rays would lose. The Yankees were off tonight. So with all of that being said, here's how the American League East looks right now after the Blue Jays win 8-5 over the Angels in Anaheim. The Yankees are 21-16. The Red Sox are 20-19. The Blue Jays are now in third place, sole possession of third place. They're 17-20. The Rays are 16-21. And the Orioles, again, losers of 5 straight, they are 13-23. There was a texter on the text line, 590-590. Name and location. Oh, yeah, here it is. Adam from Aurora. Do you think the Baltimore Orioles will catch the Jays? I mean, look, I can only imagine what like O's talk sounds like these days, but they got to get some bounce backs quick from Gunnar Henderson and Adley Rutschman. Now, again, it's as terrible as the Orioles have played. It's not entirely out of the question. They're 3.5 games back of the Blue Jays now, because we're not really talking about the Orioles winning the division, but I mean, it's certainly not impossible, right? So it's easier said than done, but you got to go into Seattle and win 2 of 3 games. Now, again, as we outlined in the first segment of this show, that's not something that you should just consider a given, right? But yeah, I mean, it's certainly not impossible, Adam. But you got to see some big turnarounds from Jeff Blair's Orioles. Let's continue taking the text at 590-590, name and location. Let's see here. This one's from Alex in the Junction. Alex says, I like the idea of Varsho or Springer leading off, and the other of those two hitting fifth. This is what we were talking about earlier with Bo, Vladdy, Santander, 2, 3, 4. I think both currently seem disciplined enough and are currently fast enough to put pressure on. Also, it'll allow Bo to see more pitches while on deck since he swings early and free, and Vladdy to bat third where he prefers. Again, like if they want to mix it up and put that into action, Varsho or Springer leading off, I'm not going to argue with it too much. Pat from Brantford, 590 saying, are you happy after 40 games? Would you be happy being 500? When do you think Spencer Turnbull will pitch? So I do recall, Pat, from a couple of days ago, like right after the signing for Urania and Turnbull was made official and they were added to the 40-man, I do believe they said it was like a 30-ish day ramp-up time. So I got to think if you're looking at third, and he was facing like collegiate batters, I believe is what Schneider had said in one of the pre-games this last week. So I'm guessing if that's the timeline, I mean, look, again, 30 days would take you to the beginning of June. So you kind of have to patchwork together. What do you think? Like 4 more fifth rotation starts? Yeah, that sounds about right to me. Like 3 to 4 more rotation starts for the fifth spot in your order before you can probably get Turnbull in there. Maybe 2 to 3 if things go really well for him in the minors. Now, this is a guy who, let's be honest, after the surgery, has dealt with a lot of injury, right? I think some neck discomfort was in there, landed him on the IL to wrap up his Tigers career. And I think it was a latch strain that ended his first and only year with the Phillies, which was last year. So I think you do want to be careful with Turnbull injury-wise. And I know that's like what a hard sell, right? Because, you're essentially signing Spencer Turnbull to be an injury replacement for a guy who has already been injury-prone, at least the last couple of years, in Max Scherzer. So I get hearing that and you kind of just cringe a little bit, right? But I'm guessing that's what it's like. Maybe it sounds like 30 days is like pretty optimistic, but you're hoping for sooner because Schneider did say he's gonna ramp up in the minors with the Bison. So I got to imagine like 2 to 3 starts at a minimum is what we're going to be updating on the scoreboard. John in Manitoba. Congrats on the long overdue winning edition of Blue Jays Talk Show. The losing is frustrating, and I get that we are all impatient, but the 2015 Jays were 23 and 29 at the end of May. That team had a lot more weapons and made some important acquisitions down the stretch by dealing from a strong-ish prospect pool. Maybe I'll take a breath, let this one ride out for a bit. I remain hopeful that our starting pitching will hold on and our bullpen is better than it has been this past week. As we saw tonight, this offense can produce, just not consistently enough. I guess as the years go by, I appreciate those 2015 and 2016 teams so much more. John, appreciate the text. Yeah, I mean, the losing is absolutely frustrating, and I appreciate the hopeful tone and optimistic outlook. I'll also understand the negative outlook because, again, like there were some flaws tonight. Chris Bassett, again, like 6+ innings pitched, I guess is how they usually describe it. 8 hits, 5 runs, 4 of which were earned, right? I mean, this wraps up a stretch of 4 games where Bassett lets up a fair amount of runs. Like entering play tonight, he has let up 11 earned runs and 16 1/3. So now 15 earned runs, 16 runs total, and 22 1/3 innings, I believe, doing the quick math. Over 4 starts. Like, it's not great, right? So I think you want to see them clean up some things, and they will require, someone else texted this, and I don't think there was a name on it, but just that the Jays need to outscore a lot of their problems right now, which they have not been able to do. But I think that's a valid observation because, let's face it, I mean, Bassett is probably a number 3 pitcher at this point of his career, masquerading out of need as a number 2 pitcher. And that's not a criticism of him. It's just like the Blue Jays rotation, age-wise, stuff-wise, has evolved to the point where there just isn't a true ace on the staff, right? I mean, Gausman's still figuring out how to get the splitter to split consistently, so he's relying on that fastball more. And the velo on the fastball for Gausman looks good, but teams know that, right? Barrios certainly still trying to get the slurve to break as consistently as we saw it back in 2021. And yesterday, the slurve alongside the changeup looked good, but it's consistency that is maybe sometimes eluded Barrios, the home run still being an issue there. And then we have Bassett, right? I mean, he started the season with 2 earned runs in the first 4 starts and then like 15 earned runs in the next 4 starts, including tonight. So some things to clean up, but definitely good. 101 pitches for Bassett tonight. It was good to see him battle to let the bullpen breathe a little bit. Before we go, I wanted to get to this because BNS had tweeted this out earlier. We were talking about the batting order and like what changes could come to the batting order. Of course, that batting order will probably, ? Be without Andres Jimenez, who got pulled yesterday as a precaution after suffering quad tightness. He had an MRI pregame, and at least then we're awaiting the result, last I heard. So BNS is alongside Hazel on the road with the team, and BNS tweeted this out pregame. Okay, I'm reading this from BNS's Twitter. Herring infielder Michael Stefanik is on his way to join the Blue Jays in Seattle. Jays are short on infielders, and Stefanik was just pulled mid-game at AAA. Could be taxi squad type of precaution, or a roster move could be coming. I got to imagine that means more than likely Jimenez is going to head to the IL, right? Given how he had been hitting, he could use the rest when combined with the injury. But if that is the case, Stefanik, I think, has to be added to the 40-man. It does beg the question, who would get DFA'd if that was the case? Because if you recall, not that long ago, Stuart Baroa was the last guy to get DFA'd. So they've kind of already used that roster move bullet, so to speak. Maybe Leo Jimenez, if they believe he's not going to be ready, gets put on the 60-day, or if they have to DFA someone, I'm guessing one of Eric Lauer, Dylan Tate, Josh Walker, maybe they're the casualties there from the 40-man. I suppose if you move a little further up the roster, Paxton Schultz, maybe even David Schneider could be DFA'd. I would be genuinely surprised if it was Schneider personally, because as much as he struggled, the team seems to really like him. But those seem to be the likeliest options. I do wonder about Tate or Walker. So we'll have to see, because, of course, Tate wasn't DFA'd. He was just sent down, right? So we'll see. And again, they could play the games with the 60-day IL. A lot of guys like Adam Mako. I mean, Mako, I think, is ramping up for a return, so it seems pretty likely he will not be a guy put on the 60-day, although I suppose if they still feel like he's not going to return for another 30 days, you could backdate that. So it'll be interesting to see what the move is. And again, maybe Stefanik doesn't get added to the 40-man right away, but again, if you believe Jimenez is not going to be available for a while, you might have to make a roster move sooner rather than later. But hey, appreciate all the texts, 590-590, name and location. Thank you for joining me on another edition of Blue Jays Talk and Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown West Control Centers in Aurora and Keswick. Crown is proud to be Canadian-owned and operated since 1986, so protect your vehicle from rust today at your local Crown Rust Control Center or visit crown.com. Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. A win in California for the Blue Jays, 8-5 the final score before heading to the state of Washington. I'm here for the rest of the week and the weekend as well, as the Blue Jays take on the Mariners for the first of 3 beginning Friday night. Have a great night, everyone. Another late series coming up. Get the coffee ready. We'll talk to you later.
Major League Play-by-Play is now on SiriusXM Radio and online with the SiriusXM app.
Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game?
Calling this game?
Calling this game?
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game! It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet! Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. just walked it off.
There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather.
A swing and a drive to deep left center.
The way leather hits dirt.
And he made the play. Oh, my.
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall.
Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That ball's high.
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds.
In a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it.
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call.
I don't believe what I just saw.
And the way the right voice can make a moment live forever.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Outsiders may think this is just 2 teams.
The ball, a bat, and a microphone. But no.
For over 100 years, this has been the soundtrack of the American pastime.
That's it! It's a World Series win for LA!
The soundtrack of summer. This is Major League Baseball on the radio.
Right now on SiriusXM.
All rise.
Coming in 5.
Get ready to play. 4.
Get up! Get up!
3.
Can you believe it? Put your seatbelt on.
Wow.
Talk about the game and all the stories
On MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and online with the SiriusXM app.
7:40 p.m.,
Chicago White Sox take on the Miami Marlins. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:40 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Boston Red Sox. Royals on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros face the Cincinnati Reds. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 851. Reds on Internet 847. 8:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins face the San Francisco Giants. Twins on Sirius 106, XM 182, and Internet 857. Giants on Internet 863. 8:40 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the San Diego Padres. Rockies on Sirius 160, XM 184, and Internet 849. Padres on Internet 862. 9:38 p.m., LA Angels take on the Baltimore Orioles. Angels on Sirius 162, XM 186, and Internet 853. Orioles on Internet 843. 9:40 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the LA Dodgers. Diamondbacks on Sirius 85, XM 187, and Internet 840. Dodgers on Internet 854. Spanish Feed on Internet 871. 9:40 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Mariners on Sirius 161, XM 185, and Internet 864. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 10:05 p.m., the A's take on the New York Yankees, with the A's on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 841. Yankees on Internet 859. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers taking the Texas Rangers. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feed on Internet 870. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Atlanta Braves. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 861. Braves on Internet 842. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals face the St. Louis Cardinals. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 869. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays face the Milwaukee Brewers. Rays on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 866. Brewers on Internet 856. 7:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Philadelphia Phillies. Guardians on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 848. Phillies on Internet 860. 7:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Chicago Cubs. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 858. Cubs on Internet 845. 7:40 p.m., Chicago White Sox take on the Miami Marlins. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:40 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Boston Red Sox. Royals on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros face the Cincinnati Reds. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 851. Reds on Internet 847.
Sirius XM has soccer covered end to end. Sirius XM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's Sirius XM FC on Channel 157.
The Boston Red Sox have reportedly signed their new ace, Garrett Crochet, to a 6-year, $170 million extension, and host Steve Phillips from MLB Network Radio on Sirius XM Channel 89 discussed how this move is beneficial for both sides.
So he's only making $3.8 million this year after what was a great season last year, but because he didn't have any real numbers, because he had been a reliever and then hurt and missed the season. And so you think about what the Red Sox did this offseason. They add Bregman for 3 years, $120 million. Obviously, there's deferrals in there. And then Walker Buehler, the 1 year, $21.05 million deal. You know, no pitcher who received a 9-figure contract had done so with fewer than 800 innings pitched. He's throwing 224, but it's a big time contract and it can max out at $180 million with some bonuses in there as well. And so the escalators that are in it. So it's a big investment, but I think in some regards too, with the progression that he has made, he probably, if it's a straight line of health and production and improvement, he probably left some money on the table. But here's a guy that went through Tommy John, and I'm not judging him for taking this deal and knowing that at 31 he can opt out and still get another mega contract. I think it's the right thing for him for security purposes, for the Red Sox to lock him up for the long term, and potentially for him to get that next contract as well. It makes a lot of sense for both sides.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers taking the Texas Rangers. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Atlanta Braves. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 861. Braves on Internet 842. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals face the St. Louis Cardinals. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 869. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays face the Milwaukee Brewers. Rays on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 866. Brewers on Internet 856. 7:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Philadelphia Phillies. Guardians on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 848. Phillies on Internet 860. 7:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Chicago Cubs. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 858. Cubs on Internet 845. 7:40 p.m., Chicago White Sox taking the Miami Marlins. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:40 p.m., Kansas City Royals taking the Boston Red Sox. Royals on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros face the Cincinnati Reds. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 851. Reds on Internet 847. 8:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins face the San Francisco Giants. Twins on Sirius 106, XM 182, and Internet 857. Giants on Internet 863. 8:40 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the San Diego Padres. Rockies on Sirius 160, XM 184, and Internet 849. Padres on Internet 862. 9:38 p.m., LA Angels take on the Baltimore Orioles. Angels on Sirius 162, XM 186, and Internet 853. Orioles on Internet 843. 9:40 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the LA Dodgers. Diamondbacks on Sirius 85, XM 187, and Internet 840. Dodgers on Internet 854. Spanish feed on Internet 871. 9:40 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Mariners on Sirius 161, XM 185, and Internet 864. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 10:05 p.m., the A's take on the New York Yankees, with the A's on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 841. Yankees on Internet 859. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers taking the Texas Rangers. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Atlanta Braves. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 861. Braves on Internet 842. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals face the St. Louis Cardinals. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 869. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays face the Milwaukee Brewers. Rays on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 866. Brewers on Internet 856. 7:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Philadelphia Phillies. Guardians on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 848. Phillies on Internet 860. 7:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Chicago Cubs. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 858. Cubs on Internet 845. 7:40 p.m., Chicago White Sox taking the Miami Marlins. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:40 p.m., Kansas City Royals taking the Boston Red Sox. Royals on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros face the Cincinnati Reds. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 851. Reds on Internet 847.
Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information for the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on Sirius XM 87.
Michael Tolia is the everyday first baseman for the Colorado Rockies, and he stopped by MLB Network Radio on Sirius XM Channel 89 to reflect on what it means to earn a spot.
It was a dream come true for sure. It was something that I've always wanted, since I first started playing baseball. I've been playing first pretty much my whole career, so I had my eyes set on that position. Even though I bounced around in the outfield a little bit in my career, I always know that first base is my true home. As far as knowing I was on the team this year, I had a pretty good inclination after the end of last season. But, Buddy, he told me this year at spring training, he said, I don't think I need to tell you, but you're on the team. it's always good to hear that. Like, it's just something that you want to hear, and you want to, confirm that, like, hey, I'm a starter, I'm on the team, let's go. It's definitely comforting knowing that, you have a long leash and you can just go get your rhythm and timing in the box, and you don't have to necessarily worry about it. But with that being said, I feel like in this game, there's always somebody trying to take your spot. It doesn't matter who you are. So I think you always kind of have to play with a chip and an edge on your shoulder that you're trying to secure that spot every day. Even if you're under contract, you want to prove to yourself and the fans that you're still the guy and you're going to be the guy for the future. And so that's kind of the mentality that I want to take into this role, and, play like I'm earning the spot every single day and put my hair on fire.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers taking the Texas Rangers. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Atlanta Braves. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 861. Braves on Internet 842. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals face the St. Louis Cardinals. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 869. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays face the Milwaukee Brewers. Rays on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 866. Brewers on Internet 856. 7:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Philadelphia Phillies. Guardians on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 848. Phillies on Internet 860. 7:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Chicago Cubs. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 858. Cubs on Internet 845. 7:40 p.m., Chicago White Sox take on the Miami Marlins. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:40 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Boston Red Sox. Royals on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros face the Cincinnati Reds. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 851. Reds on Internet 847. 8:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins face the San Francisco Giants. Twins on Sirius 106, XM 182, and Internet 857. Giants on Internet 863. 8:40 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the San Diego Padres. Rockies on Sirius 160, XM 184, and Internet 849. Padres on Internet 862. 9:38 p.m., LA Angels take on the Baltimore Orioles. Angels on Sirius 162, XM 186, and Internet 853. Orioles on Internet 843. 9:40 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the LA Dodgers. Diamondbacks on Sirius 85, XM 187, and Internet 840. Dodgers on Internet 854. Spanish feed on Internet 871. 9:40 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Mariners on Sirius 161, XM 185, and Internet 864. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 10:05 p.m., the A's take on the New York Yankees, with the A's on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 841. Yankees on Internet 859. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers taking the Texas Rangers. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Atlanta Braves. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 861. Braves on Internet 842. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals face the St. Louis Cardinals. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 869. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays face the Milwaukee Brewers. Rays on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 866. Brewers on Internet 856. 7:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Philadelphia Phillies. Guardians on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 848. Phillies on Internet 860. 7:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Chicago Cubs. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 858. Cubs on Internet 845. 7:40 p.m., Chicago White Sox taking the Miami Marlins. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181 and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:40 p.m. Kansas City Royals taking the Boston Red Sox. Royals on Sirius 138, XM 180 and Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 8:10 p.m. Houston Astros face the Cincinnati Reds. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183 and Internet 851. Reds on Internet 847.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 86, and the SXM app.
The Pirates' Paul Skeens had a magnificent first season in MLB, and now on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, host Jim Duquette was on to talk about how we should be ready for his second year.
Sandy Alcantara, the former Cy Young Award winner, coming back after missing last year with Tommy John surgery. Tarek Skubal and Blake Snell squaring off in L.A. late this afternoon on the East Coast, and that's three Cy Young Awards between the two of them. That's the second. That's like the undercard, right? Is like Skeens, Alcantara, and then Skubal Snell almost feels like the undercard, which is weird to say, seeing as they have three times as many awards as that duo. I don't know. Like I feel like we brought up Skubal Snell the other day, and that's kind of the first conversation we'd had about it, but like I've known for a long time that it was going to be Skeens Alcantara. That seems to be the one that I think everybody's most, is it fair to say, curious about?
I mean, yeah, I think obviously because Skeens wasn't on the scene last year on opening day, like all right, what's a full season of Skeens look like? How does Sandy Alcantara look? You know, a full year off of pitching, coming back from the injury. He's going to be a high trade candidate or target if he can pitch healthy through the first part of the season. I mean, I think that's pretty cool. I think you named all four of those guys. I want to look and say, all right, what is the over under of number of 100-mile-an-hour fastballs combined? Take those four starters, go 100 miles per hour fastballs. How many?
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM Channel 89.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers taking the Texas Rangers. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feed on Internet 870. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Atlanta Braves. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 861. Braves on Internet 842. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals face the St. Louis Cardinals. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 869. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays face the Milwaukee Brewers. Rays on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 866. Brewers on Internet 856. 7:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Philadelphia Phillies. Guardians on Sirius 137, XM 179 and Internet 848. Phillies on Internet 860. 7:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Chicago Cubs. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 858. Cubs on Internet 845. 7:40 p.m., Chicago White Sox taking the Miami Marlins. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181 and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:40 p.m., Kansas City Royals taking the Boston Red Sox. Royals on Sirius 138, XM 180 and Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros face the Cincinnati Reds. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183 and Internet 851. Reds on Internet 847. 8:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins face the San Francisco Giants. Twins on Sirius 106, XM 182 and Internet 857. Giants on Internet 863. 8:40 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the San Diego Padres. Rockies on Sirius 160, XM 184 and Internet 849. Padres on Internet 862. 9:38 p.m., LA Angels take on the Baltimore Orioles. Angels on Sirius 162, XM 186 and Internet 853. Orioles on Internet 843. 9:40 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the LA Dodgers. Diamondbacks on Sirius 85, XM 187 and Internet 840. Dodgers on Internet 854. Spanish Feed on Internet 871. 9:40 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Mariners on Sirius 161, XM 185 and Internet 864. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 10:05 p.m., the A's take on the New York Yankees, with the A's on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 841. Yankees on Internet 859. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers taking the Texas Rangers. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feed on Internet 870. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Atlanta Braves. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 861. Braves on Internet 842. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals face the St. Louis Cardinals. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 869. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays face the Milwaukee Brewers. Rays on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 866. Brewers on Internet 856. 7:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Philadelphia Phillies. Guardians on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 848. Phillies on Internet 860. 7:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Chicago Cubs. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 858. Cubs on Internet 845. 7:40 p.m., Chicago White Sox taking the Miami Marlins. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:40 p.m., Kansas City Royals taking the Boston Red Sox. Royals on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros face the Cincinnati Reds. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 851. Reds on Internet 847.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is Sirius XM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. Sirius XM NBA Radio. Sirius XM 86.
Should the Toronto Blue Jays move George Springer back to the top of the lineup? Well, on the leadoff spot on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio on Channel 89, Eduardo Perez thinks so.
You sort of have to think about it. Yes, I understand Toronto Blue Jay fans are saying, look, it didn't work last year, probably didn't work the year before. But George Springer's in a better place. He looks healthy. He looks really good with his feet. I would love to see that on base and the power from George Springer in the one spot, and then just trickle everybody down. Go Bichette 2. Then you go Vladdy 3. Then you can then put Santander in the 4th spot with Jimenez in the 5. If you do that, I think now it creates an opportunity, and this comes from me having been in Boston this past weekend. We saw Alex Cora, who is one of the few managers that implements and uses the hit and run. I know, I get it. In today's game, we don't see a lot of that. But what we do see is projected defensive placement, and if you put Bichette in the 2 spot with George in the 1, now you could start making guys move a little bit because Bichette handles the bat well. He uses line to line well. Force him then to move the defense around a little bit, and now you start playing with the arrangement and you keep guys off balance. So I'm interested to see what happens moving forward with the Blue Jays if they do decide to go that route.
Sirius XM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers taking the Texas Rangers. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feed on Internet 870. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Atlanta Braves. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 861. Braves on Internet 842. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals face the St. Louis Cardinals. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 869. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays face the Milwaukee Brewers. Rays on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 866. Brewers on Internet 856. 7:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Philadelphia Phillies. Guardians on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 848. Phillies on Internet 860. 7:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Chicago Cubs. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 858. Cubs on Internet 845. 7:40 p.m., Chicago White Sox taking the Miami Marlins. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:40 p.m., Kansas City Royals taking the Boston Red Sox. Royals on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros face the Cincinnati Reds. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 851. Reds on Internet 847. 8:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins face the San Francisco Giants. Twins on Sirius 106, XM 182 and Internet 857. Giants on Internet 863. 8:40 p.m. Colorado Rockies take on the San Diego Padres. Rockies on Sirius 160, XM 184 and Internet 849. Padres on Internet 862. 9:38 p.m. LA Angels take on the Baltimore Orioles. Angels on Sirius 162, XM 186 and Internet 853. Orioles on Internet 843. 9:40 p.m. Arizona Diamondbacks take on the LA Dodgers. Diamondbacks on Sirius 85, XM 187 and Internet 840. Dodgers on Internet 854. Spanish Feed on Internet 871. 9:40 p.m. Seattle Mariners take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Mariners on Sirius 161, XM 185 and Internet 864. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 10:05 p.m. The A's take on the New York Yankees, with the A's on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 841. Yankees on Internet 859. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers taking the Texas Rangers. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feed on Internet 870. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Atlanta Braves. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 861. Braves on Internet 842. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals face the St. Louis Cardinals. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 869. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays face the Milwaukee Brewers. Rays on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 866. Brewers on Internet 856. 7:10 p.m. Cleveland Guardians face the Philadelphia Phillies. Guardians on Sirius 137, XM 179 and Internet 848. Phillies on Internet 860. 7:10 p.m. New York Mets face the Chicago Cubs. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 858. Cubs on Internet 845. 7:40 p.m. Chicago White Sox take on the Miami Marlins. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181 and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:40 p.m. Kansas City Royals take on the Boston Red Sox. Royals on Sirius 138, XM 180 and Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 8:10 p.m. Houston Astros face the Cincinnati Reds. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183 and Internet 851. Reds on Internet 847.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
The Boston Red Sox have reportedly signed their new ace, Garrett Crochet, to a 6-year, $170 million extension, and host Steve Phillips from MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89 discussed how this move is beneficial for both sides.
So he's only making $3.8 million this year after what was a great season last year, but because he didn't have any real numbers, because he had been a reliever and then hurt and missed the season. And so you think about what the Red Sox did this offseason. They add Bregman for 3 years, $120 million. Obviously, there's deferrals in there. And then Walker Buehler, the 1 year, $21.05 million deal. You know, no pitcher who received a 9-figure contract had done so with fewer than 800 innings pitched. He's throwing 224, but it's a big time contract, and it can max out at $180 million with some bonuses in there as well. And so the escalators that are in it. So it's a big investment, but I think in some regards too, with the progression that he has made, he probably, if it's a straight line of health and production and improvement, he probably left some money on the table. But here's a guy that went through Tommy John, and I'm not judging him for taking this deal and knowing that at 31 he can opt out and still get another mega contract. I think it's the right thing for him for security purposes, for the Red Sox to lock him up for the long term, and potentially for him to get that next contract as well. It makes a lot of sense for both sides.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers taking the Texas Rangers. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Atlanta Braves. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 861. Braves on Internet 842. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals face the St. Louis Cardinals. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 869. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays face the Milwaukee Brewers. Rays on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 866. Brewers on Internet 856. 7:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Philadelphia Phillies. Guardians on Sirius 137, XM 179 and Internet 848. Phillies on Internet 860. 7:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Chicago Cubs. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 858. Cubs on Internet 845. 7:40 p.m., Chicago White Sox taking the Miami Marlins. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181 and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:40 p.m., Kansas City Royals taking the Boston Red Sox. Royals on Sirius 138, XM 180 and Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros face the Cincinnati Reds. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183 and Internet 851. Reds on Internet 847. 8:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins face the San Francisco Giants. Twins on Sirius 106, XM 182 and Internet 857. Giants on Internet 863. 8:40 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the San Diego Padres. Rockies on Sirius 160, XM 184 and Internet 849. Padres on Internet 862. 9:38 p.m., LA Angels take on the Baltimore Orioles. Angels on Sirius 162, XM 186 and Internet 853. Orioles on Internet 843. 9:40 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the LA Dodgers. Diamondbacks on Sirius 85, XM 187 and Internet 840. Dodgers on Internet 854. Spanish feed on Internet 871. 9:40 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Mariners on Sirius 161, XM 185 and Internet 864. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 10:05 p.m., the A's take on the New York Yankees, with the A's on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 841. Yankees on Internet 859. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers taking the Texas Rangers. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Atlanta Braves. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 861. Braves on Internet 842. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals face the St. Louis Cardinals. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 869. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays face the Milwaukee Brewers. Rays on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 866. Brewers on Internet 856. 7:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Philadelphia Phillies. Guardians on Sirius 137, XM 179 and Internet 848. Phillies on Internet 860. 7:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Chicago Cubs. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 858. Cubs on Internet 845. 7:40 p.m., Chicago White Sox take on the Miami Marlins. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181 and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:40 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Boston Red Sox. Royals on Sirius 138, XM 180 and Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros face the Cincinnati Reds. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183 and Internet 851. Reds on Internet 847.
Sirius XM has soccer covered end to end. Sirius XM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's Sirius XM FC on Channel 157.
Michael Tolia is the everyday first baseman for the Colorado Rockies, and he stopped by MLB Network Radio on Sirius XM Channel 89 to reflect on what it means to earn a spot.
It was a dream come true for sure. It was something that I've always wanted, since I first started playing baseball. I've been playing first pretty much my whole career, so I have my eyes set on that position. Even though I've bounced around in the outfield a little bit in my career, I always know that first base is my true home. As far as knowing I was on the team this year, I had a pretty good inclination after the end of last season. But, Buddy, he told me this year at spring training, he said, I don't think I need to tell you, but you're on the team. It's always good to hear that. Like, it's just something that you want to hear, and you want to, confirm that, like, hey, I'm a starter, I'm on the team, let's go. it's definitely comforting knowing that, you have a long leash and you can just go get your rhythm and timing in the box and you don't have to necessarily worry about it. But with that being said, I feel like in this game, there's always somebody trying to take your spot. It doesn't matter who you are. So I think you always kind of have to play with a chip and an edge on your shoulder that you're trying to secure that spot every day. Even if you're under contract, you want to prove to yourself and the fans that you're still the guy and you're going to be the guy for the future. And so that's kind of the mentality that I want to take into this role and, play like I'm earning the spot every single day and put my hair on fire.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers taking the Texas Rangers. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Atlanta Braves. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 861. Braves on Internet 842. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals face the St. Louis Cardinals. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 869. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays face the Milwaukee Brewers. Rays on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 866. Brewers on Internet 856. 7:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Philadelphia Phillies. Guardians on Sirius 137, XM 179 and Internet 848. Phillies on Internet 860. 7:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Chicago Cubs. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 858. Cubs on Internet 845. 7:40 p.m., Chicago White Sox taking the Miami Marlins. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181 and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:40 p.m., Kansas City Royals taking the Boston Red Sox. Royals on Sirius 138, XM 180 and Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros face the Cincinnati Reds. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183 and Internet 851. Reds on Internet 847. 8:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins face the San Francisco Giants. Twins on Sirius 106, XM 182 and Internet 857. Giants on Internet 863. 8:40 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the San Diego Padres. Rockies on Sirius 160, XM 184 and Internet 849. Padres on Internet 862. 9:38 p.m., LA Angels take on the Baltimore Orioles. Angels on Sirius 162, XM 186 and Internet 853. Orioles on Internet 843. 9:40 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the LA Dodgers. Diamondbacks on Sirius 85, XM 187 and Internet 840. Dodgers on Internet 854. Spanish feed on Internet 871. 9:40 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Mariners on Sirius 161, XM 185 and Internet 864. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 10:05 p.m., the A's take on the New York Yankees, with the A's on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 841. Yankees on Internet 859. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers taking the Texas Rangers. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Atlanta Braves. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 861. Braves on Internet 842. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals face the St. Louis Cardinals. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 869. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays face the Milwaukee Brewers. Rays on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 866. Brewers on Internet 856. 7:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Philadelphia Phillies. Guardians on Sirius 137, XM 179 and Internet 848. Phillies on Internet 860. 7:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Chicago Cubs. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 858. Cubs on Internet 845. 7:40 p.m., Chicago White Sox take on the Miami Marlins. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181 and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:40 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Boston Red Sox. Royals on Sirius 138, XM 180 and Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros face the Cincinnati Reds. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183 and Internet 851. Reds on Internet 847.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
The Pirates' Paul Skeens had a magnificent first season in MLB, and now on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, host Jim Duquette was on to talk about how we should be ready for his second year.
Sandy Alcantara, the former Cy Young Award winner, coming back after missing last year with Tommy John surgery. Tarek Skubal and Blake Snell squaring off in L.A. late this afternoon on the East Coast, and that's three Cy Young awards between the two of them. That's the second. That's like the undercard, right? Is like Skeens, Alcantara, and then Skubal. Snell almost feels like the undercard, which is weird to say, seeing as they have three times as many awards as that duo. I don't know. Like I feel like we brought up Skubal Snell the other day, and that's kind of the first conversation we'd had about it, but like I've known for a long time that it was going to be Skeens Alcantara. That seems to be the one that I think everybody's most, is it fair to say, curious about?
I mean, yeah, I think obviously because Skeens wasn't on the scene last year on opening day, like all right, what's a full season of Skeens look like? How does Sandy Alcantara look? You know, a full year off of pitching, coming back from the injury. He's going to be a high trade candidate or target if he can pitch healthy through the first part of the season. I mean, I think that's pretty cool. I think you named all four of those guys. I want to look and say, all right, what is the over under of number of 100-mile-an-hour fastballs combined? Take those four starters, go 100 miles per hour fastballs. How many?
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers taking the Texas Rangers. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Atlanta Braves. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 861. Braves on Internet 842. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals face the St. Louis Cardinals. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 869. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays face the Milwaukee Brewers. Rays on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 866. Brewers on Internet 856. 7:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Philadelphia Phillies. Guardians on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 848. Phillies on Internet 860. 7:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Chicago Cubs. Mets on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 858. Cubs on Internet 845. 7:40 p.m., Chicago White Sox taking the Miami Marlins. White Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:40 p.m., Kansas City Royals taking the Boston Red Sox. Royals on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 842. Red Sox on Internet 844. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros face the Cincinnati Reds. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 851. Reds on Internet 847. 8:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins face the San Francisco Giants. Twins on Sirius 106, XM 182, and Internet 857. Giants on Internet 863. 8:40 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the San Diego Padres. Rockies on Sirius 160, XM 184, and Internet 849. Padres on Internet 862. 9:38 p.m., LA Angels take on the Baltimore Orioles. Angels on Sirius 162, XM 186, and Internet 853. Orioles on Internet 843. 9:40 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the LA Dodgers. Diamondbacks on Sirius 85, XM 187, and Internet 840. Dodgers on Internet 854. Spanish feed on Internet 871. 9:40 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Toronto